All right, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome to my stream. We're going to do some more Kerbal Space Program. With that said, let me launch the game. Let me listen, make sure my audio is good. Do some more. Okay, I heard myself. Sounds good. Well, as good as can be. All right, let's get the game going. There we go. And we're going to do a lot of same redundant stuff. I just need to get better situation for the drill site. CTP, how are you? And so we're slowly going through and upgrading all the drill sites on the Mun because I've figured out a little bit better ways of doing some of the life support. And I think I've discovered that I guess I am a victim of a bug. I don't know. Oh wait, we don't need that music going since we have that one. All right. Not a victim per se, but it's good for the goose, is good for the gander. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, CTP. Appreciate that. So is what I had is if we go to the tracking station. I want to replace at least 3 drill sites that are on the hit list. Now the one that I did off screen, so 83 days ain't so bad, but the thing about it is we got a lot of historical stuff out. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, 2 years. All right, so let's go visit. The urinate. There we go. So this one was replaced. I did that late last night because I'm still fighting with the unmanned drills, and evidently whatever works on Kerbin will not work on Mun. Has something to do with, well, planetary cooling or something like that. And I don't fully understand it, but evidently this is wrong. It should not be 259. It should be like 1 something. So this means that my drills are working real hard and my reactors are working real hard. So here's what's bizarre. Here's what's bizarre. So if I turn this off, here I have this is version 3, and it's version 3 because we have a recycler. And here my Kerbal has 2 years of supplies. All right, cool. 2 years supplies. And here's what's bizarre. All right, so we have 2 drills working. 2 drills working, and the reactor load is only 19.26%. All right. So if we go to another one that I just recently upgraded, the silicates, it is exactly the same with 2 minor exceptions. All right, 3. It's got 2 people, so 2 people would only impact the supplies, which makes sense. So we only have 202 days versus a year. But the plan is that once you replace the drill site and you get your Kerbals moved over, you come and pick up the engineer because you don't need the engineer. Hey, good afternoon to you, Jack. How you doing? So here is
Totally wicked.
Plexi stand with the host. Plexi, thank you so much for that host. I really do appreciate it. Let me give you a shout out here, Plex. E Stan. I forgot to spell his name. Thank you so much for that, Plexi Stan. Give Plexi Stan a follow if you're not doing. He's a variety streamer who's also a member of the Rocket Jockeys, which is a group that I'm also a member of, who do some Kerbal Space Program and sci-fi, science, rocket, flight sim. It's rockets, you know. All right, so here we go. This is the same configuration with, like I said, 3 minor. We have a second Kerbal, which again we would pick up the Kerbal and leave, and the only thing I think that's impacting is our supplies. All right, so that's one. Second, this has an additional inflatable module. So we have 2. This was a 2 drill site. 2 drill site, right? So silicates and rare metals. So I thought, okay, I don't have to put 2 rovers. I can use 1 rover and do 2 different drills. So here we have, this is the rare metals, and this is the silicates. Now don't forget, we just came from the uranite, which had 2 drills. We have the coolant right here. So here's this coolant, has enough coolant for these 2 drills, and each drill has got 3 separators. So with both drills on, it requires 300 cooling, which one of the Ranger modules can supply. Now my reactor right here, notice it's running at 80.91% for some odd reason. It has its own cooling, which is right here. So and of course the habitation is on. Right, that's on. The recycler's on. I don't understand the difference here. I mean, this says I have a silicate loads of 911%. If I stop this, the load goes down to 1%, which makes sense because the habitation is on. It's powering the cooling, the thermal units. But I cannot have both drills on at the same time. So if I turn on this again, the reactor cranks up to 80.91%. If I turn on the other drill, it'll drain all the power. So I'm at a loss. I don't understand the logic behind this. I mean, I honestly can't see what's going on here is all that different from the site or the drill site we were just at. So what I'm going to have to do, I think, is bring another reactor. So we're going to replace this again. Let me stop that. Start that. See, I don't know why these go up to 911%. Alright. Something's eluding me that I'm not that knowledgeable, but is what I want to do is I want to try to bring out the same setup, and it's what we're going to do is we're going to sneak in another reactor. It's going to be an ugly clip job, so let's go to the Space Center. And I wonder if I should do this in the SPH or we'll do it in the VAB. I can do it in the VAB. All right, let's load up the one that's up there and make a modification to it. Do. Alright, so I want the Mun rare metals. Mun rare metals silicates. There. We want this. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull off the lifter. And let's do this. So we're gonna go to here. I should have a Mun Drill lower. Let's replace this. Okay. So that's a sub-assembly. And there we go. Oops. Oh, alright, let's make that root. There we go. And then we're gonna mun, this would be the upper. So hopefully I did that right. Good. Good, alright. So we have those saved as sub-assemblies. They were previously sub-assemblies, but I don't know if they were older ones. Alright, so let's do that. Let's grab this and let's do some work on it. Odie, how you doing? In fact, let's also reassign route back to this. Whoa. Pull that off. And I think... right, okay, let's make another one and call this VTOL Lander by 3, because the other one is a 2. Alright, so we can say that. Save that. Put that back. Alright, let's return route back to the rover. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this, because we want to keep an eye on our center of mass. A little bit off. So we got a power problem for some reason. For some reason, we have a power problem. So is what I'm going to try to do here is we are going to pull everything out and then put an additional reactor in here somehow. That's right, we have a lot of supplies. Oops. It's a reactor. And let's do this. Alright. So again, we'll go back to power here. If we look at the drills, now evidently your geology rating affects electrical charge and cooling, which I didn't really find it documented anywhere, but that's okay. So one reactor gets up to 80%. So if we take 2 reactors, all right, let's see if we can do this without having super ugliness here. It's going to be super ugly though. All right, so let's do this. Let me see. I want to stack the reactors, but by the way, I developed a little program for my shuttle with the Kerbal scripting. If you struggle to fly it, I fly my shuttle often. Really, I don't have that mod installed, but I do know what it is. I need to learn how to fly the shuttle better, but I super do appreciate a super do. I have a super do. I do appreciate it. I have always wanted to do some stuff with scripts. But the one thing, the main thing I've always wanted to accomplish is to get through a historical career without KSP or mods preventing me. My first attempt is each time I launched anything, I would find a mod that would strongly resemble it. And unfortunately, KSP upgraded too many times and the mods didn't keep up with it. So, alright, so I want to construct something here. Something very simple. Something very basic. What I want to do is I want to put both these reactors up here Oh, Scorp, you can hang on to it. I probably won't even consider KOS for this career. Because I honestly, all the mods I have installed, I'm pretty set with. And I try not to increase my micro stutters. But again, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do. Alright, so how do I want to do this? If I want to put 2 reactors, what would be the easiest way to do this? Alright, I say easiest, but I'm going to make it confusing. Oh, I love the shuttle, Scorp. I do. I really do enjoy the shuttle. I'm only up to STS 9, I think. Or maybe 7. No, okay, 7 was last night. I did a much better launch profile and a little bit better landing. So it's like relearning it again. It just, unfortunately, flying the shuttle seems more difficult with the aerodynamic changes. But, you know, if it gets to where I run into a lot of problems, maybe I will consider it. I mean, after all, it is your shuttle. Alright, what was I going to do here? What was I going to do? How am I going to do this? I have an idea. So if I take... I honestly don't remember because it's been so long since I flew the shuttle, almost 6 months, maybe 8 months. I do really good up to about 5,000 and then I get all hooey. But as soon as I figure out what I'm going to do here, we're going to replace at least 2, maybe 3 drill sites, and then we're going to do STS 9, which is a simple fly up with a materials bay, collect some science, and then bring it back. So it's not a complicated thing at all. The one thing I noticed that I changed carefully, the one thing that I changed is that I think in your documentation you say that once you get up to your cruising altitude, to switch over from the vectors over to the rapiers, and I struggle to circularize with the rapiers, so I leave the vectors on to circularize and then I switch. So alright, so it's what I want to do is I want to put 1 reactor here, 1 reactor here. I'm thinking I put a beam here with 2 docking ports or something else. So, but then to get to because the beam won't attach surface-wise, will it? Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay. So how is this going to help me? Let me... Okay. We haven't played KSP in a year. Sounds like a crime. I noticed you seem to circularize with the ET on. Yeah, because I need the fuel. Otherwise I think I'd run out. Because again, I'm not really good at this game. When you said ET, I thought we were talking about the movie. I'm going, I do not have the movie playing. Alright, so if I do this, and... now let's see how I do with this. So if I take this, put that on snap, I want to switch the panels so I can see them. Is yours heavily modded? No, it's not. It's KSP historical. There you go. That's my mod list right there. I have about 31 mods, so when people say heavily mod, I think part mods. The only mods I have that give me parts are Kerbal Engineer, MechJeb, and MKS, and life support. Oh, I got itchy nose all of a sudden. Sorry about that. Alright, so is that going to work? I think this is going to work. And I keep the panels out because I have to get to them. I'm just getting over a massive head cold. Alright, so let's see here. Let's see. Well, one. Okay. Wait a minute. The question is, do I have these? Are they... Okay, so I can actually squeeze those in tighter. So, alright, let me take these out and Okay. Let's try this again. Alright, let's turn on angle snap. Okay. Nope, that's the way. Alright, kinda hard to see what I'm doing here. Alright, I think that worked. It looked like it worked. Cool. Alright. And then we're going to grab another one. Okay. So... Okay. So what I need to do is solve... They're clipping through... Okay, it's still clipping through. That one's still clipping through. All right, let me move this, and we're going to bring this down one. Bring this one up one. All right, no longer clipping through that. And then what we'll do is bring it over one. And I need to get to the other oct. Alright, hope that works. So again, what we have is we have two reactors with their own cooling. And now we have, if I can get one drill at 80%, the other drill should crank up the other one. So, hopefully. Alright, so we don't need this anymore. Now, okay, let's make sure this is still silicates. That's still rare metals. Okay, so we have all this stuff to reattach. That's gonna be fun. Alright, so this... wait a minute. There we go. I think. Okay. Okay, you go on the bottom. You go on the top. Okay. Then we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So, all right. So is what we do here. Is we put this in mirror and we attach it to the end of the RTG. Nope, we want 2. There we go. Good. We're gonna fix that clipping in a sec. Now, I could have swore. All right, give me 1 sec here, guys. Sorry, one super quick sec. Okay, I'm really sorry about that. Just getting over the flu and then a massive head cold. Oh man. All right. So So that's those. That's those. So I had 2 there. That's it. Okay. So it's what I need to do. I thought. Oh, there is. Wow. I can barely see him. So let's leave this on mirror. Huh. Alright, well. Really? Oh, there it is. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that a click in. And we'll match that to get that a click in. Oops. Alright, let's go 2 clicks in then, I guess. There we go. Alright. Now, for these guys that are clipping out, is what we do is we grab the RTGs and we come down 2. We go in. And then in. That way. Now let's see if that's enough. I don't see him clipping. Alright, so yeah, a big, clippy, ugly mess in there. Hopefully nothing blows up. Our center mass... a little off. We need to lighten the load a little bit. Right about there. Perfect. So unfortunately I had to take some supplies away. A lot. Darn it. Alright. Now what I've done here is on the Caribou there is 2 nodes. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Put that back. Can we close that? There's 2 nodes here. So when you can see there's a little tiny one on the bottom and a bigger one on the top. So what I do is I use the small node for this inflatable, leaving the big node for the decoupler. A little cheaty there. Alright, so why did my center mass get all hooey here? Oh, it reset that. Weird. Alright. So let's save that. So again, is what we're doing is each reactor has its own cooling and each drill has its own cooling. I have no extra cooling whatsoever. A little nervous. Alright, so let's go ahead and flip this to be put on a rocket. And since we have those sub-assemblies, we should be... Oh, no, we gotta... Hang on 1 sec. Sorry, my bad. We want to... Actually, it's all sub-assemblies. So we go to sub-assembly, and we scroll down to the VTOL times 3. Center mass went forward a little bit. Alright. Wonder why. It was balanced, I had fuel, and then it goes all hinky. Weird. Alright, let's save that. Get this ready for rocket time. Alright, so once again we go in here and we go to Mun Drill upper. Goes there. And then while we're here, we reassign root to this probe core. And then we go the lower. And since nothing changed, the shroud should fit in everything. Yay! Sub-assembly save time. Now, let's go ahead and save that. What was I going to do? I was going to turn that off. There we go. Okay, so let's make sure no Kerbal stuck aboard. Aha, what do you know? Alright, and let's put on the launch pad. That didn't take me too long, 30 minutes to reconfigure. Dun-dun. You know, Scorp, I have watched a couple people use KOS. I don't think it was the original one. Somebody like took KOS and kind of upgraded it a little bit. So I wonder if you're using the original KOS or the new and improved or newer one. But I did watch a guy create a whole trying to do something with a rover, and it was well, it was a little dry. All right, so let's get this. Now before, for some reason, I was having some problems with the lifter. It wouldn't stage or anything. I'd have to go and redo my boosters. But we'll see if this works. Yeah, the only thing I'd have to do is for some reason it wouldn't stage, and all of a sudden it forgot where it was controlling from, so it should be controlling from here. And the only way I fixed it is I took it back into the VAB, I pulled the boosters off and put them right back on, and then it worked fine for some reason. I have no idea.
That was totally wicked!
Rocket PC Gaming with the host. Thank you, Rocket. Appreciate that very much. And Rocket is also another KSP streamer. So, check him out. How you doing, Tesco? Tasco. Taso. Taso? It's kind of normal. It's still a little nasal. Thank you very much. Appreciate being back. I have a lot of fun. You guys are fantabulous. If I had the means, I would make sure you all had pizza right now. That's if I had the means. But, you know, here, I can do this, though. Everyone, have some snacks. There you go. I am horrible with names. I really am. I never had that ability to to look at a word, or I think this is working okay. Nope. See, I don't know why it does that. It just goes. All right, so let's take it back to the VAB and fix it. Fantabulous, yes. It's fantastic and fabulous. It's fantabulous. And I don't know what breaks that. And the way I fix it, I swear, I just come in here and I grab this decoupler, I pull it off, put it back on in a four-way symmetry, and relaunch it. That usually fixes it. And it only does that when I bring those pieces from the subassembly. For some reason, I don't know why. So this is going to be a replacement of a replacement that replaced something. Because for some reason, even though we just replaced one drill site with pretty much the same identical setup, 2 drills, 1 reactor. The only difference is these drills are configured for 2 different minerals, and the reactor can only handle 1 drill. So we're going to send up 2 reactors, 1 for each drill. And you know, it's weird. Yesterday's stream, we did some testing right here, And this worked, and we took that same thing to the Mun, and it didn't work. Provided a video, step by step, blow by blow, and people said that it had something to do with the geology, because Kerbin's saying it listed here, but evidently this percentage impacts how hot your reactors run and how hot your drills run. And that's a bug. I should not be at 260%. It should be like 180 or something. Whoop. So, yeah. So somebody wrote an issue, what they call on GitHub. They wrote up a bug report, and we're gonna see what that does to my base. I dread it because things work. Not everything's efficient, but I'm trying to work on the efficiency from the outside in. I'm trying to upgrade the drills so they only need one Kerbal. And then when he announced, and I mean he as in Rover Dude, said, hey, I've got new drills that can run unmanned. I go, oh cool. And I can't get them to work the same as a manned drill. I'm a little bummed about that. Alright, so we got further. See, that's weird. All I did is I put those on and took them back off. I mean, the first thing I didn't know is that, well, I know each drill has got 3 separators. So you can actually configure one drill for 3 different minerals. If you happen to be at a drill site and you have 3 different minerals, it just means you have to have 3 different storage containers, and then if you're going to use it planetary, you need to have 3 inflatable storage modules. Now, since I'm using rovers, I really don't have that many connection spots. I can do 2. I might be able to do 3. But again, is what I'm trying to do is only have one Kerbal, so I can't attach anything like, you know, have a Kerbal come and use Kerbal attachment. That's kind of cool. Alright, so we're going to get circularized here. And the reason why I have this big container is I need 8,000 material kits to deploy my habitation. And I don't know a way around that, because if you don't have material kits tied into your infrastructure yet, there's no way you can pull from your pool, so you have to take them with you, and that's a lot of material kits, and there's not any way I can get a smaller container to do it. The only way I thought about it is maybe a smaller container that holds half or 2/3, and then disassemble my lander, but I think that takes an engineer, so then again, that means I need 2 Kerbals, and I'm trying to reduce it down to 1 Kerbal to keep my life support, you know, more manageable. Because the concept is that I can send Kerbals to a drill drop site, and they could be there for a year without any support until the infrastructure gets put into place, and then we can get support to them. That's the idea. But I'm still fighting the basic understanding of the colonization mod. Because right when I think I understand it, I get thrown for a curveball. Alright, that's us getting in orbit. We have some Delta V left over. We're going to keep it and we're going to use it. Sounds intense. I haven't installed any life support mods. Life support, I was very much afraid of because I didn't want to kill my Kerbals. And people said, oh, you can change it. You can either, like, have them go, you know, KIA, or you can become tourists. I said, all right, at least I don't lose the Kerbal. And again, that doesn't make sense. If they run out of supplies, they become tourists. But at least I'm playing a family-friendly version of it. And there's a grace period too. What am I trying to do? Oh, I want to go to I want to go to the Mun. The once you understand like the really basics of life support, it really isn't that hard once you start using it. Because what I want to do here is modify. All right, let's do that. And So when I first started using it, is what I was doing. I was dropping supplies with the Kerbals when they arrived. And I said, okay, if they need more supplies, I'll just run, send out unmanned drones. And that worked, but it was a lot of like tedious sort of, handyman work, or not handy, but little running to the grocery store and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to stage here. And I said, okay, so is what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on getting the fabrication part of the infrastructure online. That way I can start making supplies. And, well, that didn't work out so well because I kept having to fly big, parts of the base out. And there's a mod called ground construction where you can actually just make them. So you don't have to fly out the parts. You just have to fly out the, do-it-yourself kit. They run out of supplies and enter a state of hibernation where they dream that they're... There you go. That works, yes. A potato? Potato. I have a potato. And now we're on our way to the Mun. And is what it was working out pretty good because the last drop I would do for each and every Kerbal was a big container of supplies. And then once I got the VAB, what I call the fabrication part, up and running, I dropped them a big bunch of supplies and they were all tied together. Everything was going great. A potato is wrecked? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa! 353, that's embarrassing. Let's go ahead and reel that in some. And then it got down to where each drill site, it was getting to where I almost had to, every 30 days, I would have to send out supplies. And I got to do something different. And then a fellow Kerbal streamer said, well, how about putting a recycler? And I go, I completely forgot about the recycler. So now... each drill site comes with this, it comes with this little tiny recycler, which means they only use the supplies at 50% of the rate, and that's perfect. So that means one Kerbal gets about a year's worth of supplies before I have to do anything else. Alright. So let's go ahead and get... Hey, it's Apollo 11. Floating out there. You're being silly? That's fine. You do what you gotta do. So yeah, I thought, hey, great solution. An unmanned drill, if it's not efficient, yeah, the USI is part of the or the recycler is part of the life support mod. Yep. There's actually like 4 different ones. So I thought, oh cool, Rover Dude's added drills that can be unmanned. You have to accompany the drills with what they call a mobile processing unit, so that does the logistics. It just does pushing, it doesn't do pulling. I go, that's perfect for drill sites. And I can't get the unmanned stuff to work. I'm gonna have to wait until enough people submit bugs and then test out again and see if it works. I don't know. But on this example, again, what I had before, the replacement down there replaced 4 drills and 2 Kerbals and 5 rocket drops with 1 drop, 2 drills that does each resource, and for some reason the reactor can't keep pace. So we're going to replace the replacement with pretty much the same thing, it's just we have another reactor. So each drill gets its own reactor. And there's like 20% left over on the load, so the 20% will go for the cooling. So we want to do, oops, let's go here. Let's go here. There we go. Look for the silicates. Whoa. Is that, what is that? Oh, that's debris. All right, so that This is orbiting, that's us, and that's the one I want to target. Alright. It's a little confusing. And this is, it got a slight incline. That's okay. So we're going to go here. We'll do the incline. I'm going to slow down a little bit. A little bit more incline. Slow down a little bit more. Slow down a little bit more. That looks good. That's going to cost 322 of the 752 we have. He also added a new flat. Yeah, the little tiny, there's a short and a tall 1.25 reactor. The shorter one obviously doesn't put out as much electrical charge. So, but what I have in here is two of the same. Alright. So yeah, add another reactor. He added an automated drill for all the drills, and 3 different sized MPUs, which are basically kind of refineries in a way. Now, if this works, yay! And then what we're gonna have to do is we have to come and pick up the engineer and take him to the station, the transfer station. So he won't eat up all the supplies. All the snacks, you know, Cheetos, Ho-Hos, pasta, stuff like that. Alright, so we're done with that. Then what I want to do is I'm going to get to here. And put on the brakes. On the brakes. 301 of 430. So what I want to do is do a little radial out. And 383. 419. That's awesome. Let's do that. Let's do an F5 right here. Oops. Did I get the F5 in? I did not see the F5. There we go. All of the noms. Yeah. He eats all the potatoes. Oh, I need to get landing gear out. By the way, when I did land last time, I landed a little rough. I took out a couple of my landing struts here. That's okay. But I think in a way, Rover Dude's making the unmanned stuff so you can't plunder a planet, which is what I want to do. I want to take all the excess resources from the Mun and use it to help me set up on Duna. Not everything, but, you know, like machinery, material kits that I make out of the stuffs. So, bummer. Alright, so we're 15,000. We're going to gain a little bit of altitude here. That's where we're going. That is a historical rover right there. It's a Russian rover. Okay, I'm very anxious to see what Rover Dude put here. It's probably not for me though. Never mind. It was not for me. Alright, so let's get that. Get pointed that way. Alright, so did I get all the struts out? So we're going to control from here. We're going to point retro. We're doing F5. We got 14,000 that we're up, so we have plenty of height. Get rid of those. Stage the engines. Where's our target? There it is. Oops, there we go. Oops, I don't know what U does, I just pressed U. And what we're going to do here is start decelerating. Okay, the debris is going to miss us, that's good. Turn on RCS to help a little bit. Now, how does life support work on ALKS? I've had 2 supply packs on my flyby mission, but I can't control my craft even though the supplies I have supplies left. If you can't control your craft, that means you don't have a pilot or you don't have a probe core. Or you ran out of power. Now, if you ran out of power and you have a pilot, you should still do should be able to do most stuff. Life support isn't about controlling your craft. It's about, now, if you ran out of supplies and you don't have a probe core and your dudes turn to tourists, then you won't be able to control the craft. I don't know if that makes any sense. So I have some horizontal speed going on here that I do want to kill. Well, stop. So let's go and see if we can do that. We're going to try to bleed off some horizontal speed here a little bit. Oops. Oops, oops, wrong way. There we go. I'm going to use some of the RCS here to kind of alter our vertical speed. I'm going to try to reduce this again. Again, we don't have to land exactly on it because we are a rover. We can drive to our site. Okay, they're shooting at me. They're shooting at me. Not really. They might be, I don't know. Wrong way. Alright, let's do this for a sec. Let's rotate this way. Oh, a little bit of wobble there. Forgot to strut these. Okay, let's point that way again. We're 3,000. Start slowing down. Okay, rendering range of the base. Okay, we're going to make sure we stay nose up and as even as possible. Come on. Alright. Let's let it balance out here. Oh, where'd the base go? Oh, I got scared. I thought I lost the base. I lost the base! Wrong way. So I'm killing my horizontal speed, which is good. But I do have some vertical speed going on here. Alright, so how's our... Alright, just trying to keep it flat. Imperial troops have entered the base. What? Wrong movie. Wrong game. You're watching Star Wars, aren't you? Empire Strikes Back. Alright. So, let's see if I can get us going back over there. You know, being able to drive a kilometer, not a problem. Plenty of fuel. And those small wheels hold that? Sure. They're not that small. Hang on, let me concentrate on my landing here. I think I'm gonna lose my little struts though. Alright, that's fine. That's okay. That happened last time. Alright, let's slow that down. Let's get rid of that, because that's annoying. Turn this off. Let's do an F5 right here. There we go. Let's go ahead and put our wheels down. Let's put on the brakes. Detach from all that stuff. I'm going to control from here. And we want to go drive over there. Let's take off the brakes. And I want to avoid our debris and not bust anything. I noticed this thing kind of flopped around too. Alright. Get our antennas up. And I've actually turned all the drill bases into relay stations. You never know. You never know. Alright. So again... Oh. Wait, is that right? Did I land at the wrong spot? No, I did. Alright, good. Does anyone have a good Delta V map for... Sure, yeah, you can go right here. You can type in KSP Delta V map. There you go. Is that a relayable capable antenna? This one is, yes. This is a relay antenna. These are direct communication antennas, but these two combine the strength. Yeah, no problem. Anything. Yeah, it's updated for 1.2 also. The one I was using was one for 105. It didn't, or 104. It didn't impact Kerbal, where I've been spending most of my time anyways. It impacted like Joule, I think. So again, we're going to have two Kerbals there, and is what I'm hoping is with the increased reactor power I brought that I'll be able to keep both of these drills going. Because this one, for some reason, and it has something to do with this geology setting, is I have the same setup over at the Uranite site, and I can get two drills running just fine off of one reactor. We're going to just pull this one right up alongside here, put on the brakes. That was me doing brake sounds. Alright. Let's put our little landing legs down. Cool. Let's bring up the landing gear. Then let's enable the ground tethers. Go ahead and open up our cargo bay. Go and deploy our drills. Good. Deploy those drills. Again, even though these drills look exactly alike, one is for rare metals, the other one is for silicates, and they have their own separate inflatable storage or warehousing. Alright. It prevents slippage. No, it isn't like attaching like a harpoon or anything like that. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're not going to go to the rover. We're going to go over here. We're going to grab our pilot. And our pilot is going to jump ship. Well, okay, EVA. But the first thing I need the pilot to do is to expand and deploy the habitation. Ground tether is a MKS thing, by the way. It just slid off the ramp. Deploy. Oh, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay. And then we're going to put you in. So I need this. This is the logistics. This is what allows for the push and pull of resource. Okay. Yeah, just head on. Oh, you know, the next time I fly one of these out, I need to take this ladder off. Alright. Let's go ahead and do a board. Now, let's see if I can do this. So first of all, let's go in here. We need to turn reactors on. So we're going to grab the top reactor. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay. Start that reactor. Start that radiator. Start that radiator. Okay. Turn on this hab. And this recycler. And what we'll do is let's go get the engineer off of this one. And we'll go put him over here. And then we're going to see if bringing another reactor works. Right now, one reactor is warming up. We have no drills turned on. Okay, let's grab and board. Kind of looks like a giant loaf of bread. It does. Big rye life. Yes, it does. You're right. All right, so let's do this. Hang on. Bear with me for a sec. So we're going to bring... No, not that. Oh. Okay, where's the reactor at? Reactor. There we go. Okay, let's pin this reactor. So that's one. Why does it got a capacity? No, that's a capacity, not a load. All right, that's fine. And these are its thermal. Oh. So these should be on. Oh, they're not. All right, so whoops. Wait, that one's that one. Who's that with a follow? That's Typhran. Thank you so much for that follow. All right, wait a minute. You go away. Wait, I want that one. There we go. So, what I'm doing is I'm just making sure I have the right thermal control. What did I do? I grabbed the two top ones or something? I guess I did. Yeah, I did. All right. I didn't mean to. Oh, no. 10. All right, go away. All right. So, okay, that's good. So that one's there, and that one should be bottom on the other side, right? All right, so again, bottom reactor and its thermals. Now we're going to go with the top reactor, if I can squeeze in here. And, okay, no, that's a thermal. Ranger thermal. There we go. All right, no, that's a thermal. There we go. Second reactor. Okay, waiting for the game. And then we'll grab its thermals. Pin those. I know this is very boring, but I need to have this stuff out. So that radiator's on. That one's on. That one's on. So all the cooling is on. This reactor's warming up because it's powering the habitation. It's powering the recycler, and it's powering right now these 4 radiator panels. This reactor is not on. And you can see there's a very, very small load. Now is what we're going to do is we're going to turn on the thermal for what I've set aside for the drills. 2 different drills. They have 3 individual separators. Now, one drill with 3 separators require 150 cooling. So that means I need a total of 300. And these Ranger provide 300. So I have twice the cooling needed. All right, so let's go ahead and activate this. Again, it should increase the load. And now we're going to turn on one drill. Oh, okay, let's wait for this to spin up here. How come the other one that's just right over there... Okay, this isn't quite spun up though. What I'm looking at here is, okay, all these radiators are on, right? Shut down, shut down, shut down. This one's on. Because last time, a single reactor with one drill went up to 80%. Okay, as this reactor warms up, we're starting to see the load go up. In theory, it should only take 26%, 27% in theory. Alright, so it's passing. Alright, so I'm going to get the same effect here. I don't understand. Alright, so that's right. That's exactly what the other one did. So now we're going to turn on another reactor. And again, it has its own cooling. So these two are attached to this. These two are surface attached there. I'm not going to turn on this thermal yet. How many bases do you have on the Mun? I have 10 to 12 drill sites like this, similar, and then I have a bigger one where all these resources are collected and fabricated. So 15-ish, maybe. All right, so let's turn on this drill. All right, so as this one spins up, this one should peg, this one should compensate, but it should not shut down this drill site. Okay, so there's... Oh, Solo Asylum! I didn't see you sneak in there. How you doing? I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. How about you? How are you doing? Well, who are we sacrificing today? I don't want to sacrifice anyone today. Alright, so the first reactor we turn on should peg out, because this is starting to heat up faster. Or not heat up, but generate more power. Or want the need for more power. Okay, so that one's 100%, so this one's ramping up. So there was 20% left, so this should go up to 60, not over 70%. Alright. So let's just sit here. So the cooling, barely any notch on the cooling. Alright, so that's what we got to do now. And the reason why I did this is this pretty much the same configuration. What I mean with 2 drills, with total of 6 separators, same resource, 1 reactor worked fine, and it had like barely 10% of a load. Now here we have again 2 drills, same amount of separators, but 2 different resources. And I guess the big difference is here is this load percentage. I don't know why that is. So what do we have here for resources? We have, what are we doing here? We're doing rare metals. So it's at 5.67 and silicates. So lower concentration, they have to work harder. Is that what that says? Is that what that means? Or does this number, is that number impacted by this? I don't know. But it looks like, what is the add-on called that is shown beside the altimeter on the top of the screen? You mean this and this or this? So you look in the green numbers or all these little buttons? Yes, I'm drilling silly cats. Yeah, silly cats. It's like alley cats, but they're silly. But I think we're going to be okay. All right, so this drill site is up and running. Green numbers. Okay, that's Kerbal Engineer. When you, and that's actually, hang on one sec. With Kerbal Engineer, this is also Kerbal Engineer. Kerbal Engineer has what they have, HUDs. So those are the HUDs. Who is that? Team Harmony. Thank you so much for that follow. And these are, I haven't altered the info. In fact, the only thing I've altered with Kerbal Engineer is this node. I've added some stuff that I wanted to know that was in other screens, but I didn't want all the screens open. So a lot of people, so like on the hubs, you can edit the hub and you can say, you know, if you want it to add other information or not, but this is all fine for me. Did I actually move that? I did, didn't I? It's my OCD kicking in. All right. Andy, why are my Kerbals homesick? Homesick has to do with habitation. If you look at the life support, again, I am not an expert with the life support or MKS. I'm just learning as I play. But homesickness has to do with your habitation. So if you notice here at this site, at this particular drill site, I have 2 Kerbals here. Now, with 2 Kerbals and the current access to whatever supplies are available, they can hang out here for 1 year 213 days. One of them has indefinite habitation. The other one won't get homesick for 15 years. But what we're going to do is the engineer is no longer needed. The engineer used to be needed in the old configuration, not this one, before this one, when I had a PDU, a power distribution unit. I had that as my reactor power supply. So we're actually going to come pick up this engineer and take him to a transfer station right now. So you can see most of these places where I only have one Kerbal, their habitation is indefinite. But if you scroll down on these that have not been upgraded to this configuration, we still have some possible issues. So let's go over to, this is the old one. So we're going to mark this as deletion. Rename. Yep, that's a big waste of money right there. Huge. All right. So let's do an F5. Now, if they get homesick, what should I do on a solo mission? It depends upon the solo mission. If you're going to go to the Mun and land, and you're gonna see that because I'm gonna have a little tiny drop ship that has got no habitation, but it has supplies. If you're just gonna do like an orbit around the Mun and come back, if you're gonna take more than 15 days, and you have to do something for habitation. There are some stock parts that do habitation, like the hitchhiker, the the cupola. They provide some habitation multipliers. Crazy Doc, thanks for that follow. So let's go to the transfer station. Let's make sure our lander is loaded up, and we're gonna come pick up this this engineer that's not needed here. So let's go to transfer. Oops, not Xfer. There, transfer station. That's what we want. So I put this little tiny station together. Its sole purpose is so I could put Kerbals up here that are no longer needed on the Mun, and eventually I send another craft to come pick them up and take them back to Kerbin. So is what I want to do is turn this off. See, I have an engineer up here. Now up here, I have no supplies, but I have a science bay which it has a converter, I think. Start research, level up, start. So it has a converter. This actually has life support, and then the cupola also does it multiplies. So with this one Kerbal up here and the amount of supplies we have up here and the habitation, this Kerbal can hang out here for a year and won't get homesickness for 8 years. I'm early in tech, so I only have the 1.25 parts. Early in tech, then your missions shouldn't be going too far, right? So if you're going to stick someone in orbit, just make sure they have enough supplies, and if they get homesick, return them back. Unless you have a particular situation you're speaking to. So anyways, let's go ahead and do an F5 right here. Let's double check our dropship here. Make sure, oh, it needs to be refueled. All right, so let's tag that. Do I have any fuel there? I have no fuel there. Do I have any fuel there? I have some fuel there. So let me transfer all this out of here. So you're going to Minmus. Are you landing or just going to orbit Minmus? Minmus is like a little over a month. All right, so then we have fuel here. You're doing a flyby? So for habitation, for both habitation and for life support, you get a 15-day grace period, which means if you run out, you have 15 days until they go. It's because yeah, it's off. All right, so now let's see. So that one's filled up. Oh, why didn't it fill them all up? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Hang on. Let me grab the main tank. Wait a minute. That one's full. That one's full. That one's not full. So is what I need to... Oh, not that. Let me have that. Alright, so is what we do here is we turn the pump on. Come back over here. Oops. And we turn the pump on. There we go. All right. I'm using a mod that uses it makes transferring fuel a little bit easier. So all the tanks on this craft are set to 0. So the higher the pump level, or the lower the pump level, when you turn on pumps, whichever one's higher pumps fuel out and the lower ones receive, as long as you have the pumps on. So now if I turn the pumps off, if I did this right, every single tank on this drop ship should be full. That way you don't have to click all of them. So yeah, it looks like I got them all. Alright, drop ship is full. Now how are the supplies? I don't need that anymore. Yeah, the ratio got off because... I don't know. I don't see Vernoners here, so I don't know. Alright, so do we have any supplies? Okay, we have supplies on the dropship. And why are supplies important on the dropship? Well, sometimes when you do a rendezvous, you may have to do an orbit. So you want to make sure you have some snacks. Alright, I think we got enough to survive. I should, and their weight, and this is where we're going has got a huge inclination, so I want to keep this as light as possible. Oh, let's check the monopropellant. You know what? I'm going to fill up all the monopropellant too, because there was one time I almost ran out of fuel and I used monopropellant to propel this, which makes sense because I just talked about running out. Alright, so let's go to here and say out. Actually, let's say stop. Turn on the pump. Crank this up to 8. Alright, somebody just got filled up. You did not get filled up. Why? Are your pumps on? Okay, they got filled though. Okay. What else got filled? Oops. Alright, well, we'll just do... There we go. Alright, cool. So all the monopropellant... Well, I didn't fill up all the way. Why? Why did you not fill up all the way? Nope. Nope. That. Out. There we go. Must have clicked somewhere. Alright, cool. Alright, now it's got full tanks of monopropellant. Alright, that's full. That's full. That's full. All the tanks are full. Alright, so let's do an F5. And we're going to undock our little drop pod here. So this what I call a care package, this one is almost... This one's actually empty. We can actually get rid of this one. Oh, it's got some monopropellant. Let's see about... Well, it's got monopropellant. You know what? I'm going to cut my losses here. We are going to say goodbye to this care package because it's out of fuel. Oh, it's got supplies though. No, it's got a lot of supplies. Alright, we won't cut it loose. Not yet. So let's undock here. And then let's switch to it that we're already on. Push away. Alright, so the journey for this one is going to be... We're going to go pick up that engineer that we just left with... oops, silly. There, right there. That's where we're going. And it's at a severely inclined location. So hopefully we have enough fuel to do this. So what we're going to do is we are going to make a maneuver node over here. And we're going to deorbit to about 40, so we're not so high up. That's going to cost 53, and we have 2100, so we have a lot of fuel. Oh. Forgot to activate the engine. Alright, so let's see. Good. Wait. So let's go right about here and we'll do an inclination change. Slow down. It's not so bad. Let's go and do that burn. This is one way to save fuel. What's one way to save fuel? What did I do? What did I not do? Not turn the engine on? Sure, you can save fuel that way. Now this craft is pretty light. See? It's barely 6 tons. So again, making a inclination change within the sphere of the sphere of influence, very costly. Now the reason why I do this is I don't need this engineer down here, so I don't need to have a Kerbal at a drill site eating up supplies. Nope, I don't need it. No sir, I don't like it. Alright, so then what we're going to do is put on the brakes. Change our inclination a little bit. Alright, so that's going to cost $253. Getting a little costly here. I've only got 2 drill sites that are way off the beaten path for inclination. Otherwise, everything's pretty much equatorial. But at least I got that drill site up and running. And again, we don't have to park right on top of this site. We can be a little ways away, and the Kerbal can do a little EVA trip. Just have to get reasonably close, that's all. Alright. That's our target. That's where we're going. So we're quite a ways off there. Let's get an inclination change in here. It looked like we were kind of lined up, but don't forget, the target's coming towards us at an inclination. We're coming towards it at an opposite inclination, so, you know. Alright, so Now let's try to slow down. So that's going to cost us 167. Now, what I am going to do is attempt to see if I can't move us a little bit closer. All right. Only short walk. Yep. I'm afraid I may not have enough to get back. I mean, it's 1,000 delta V. Now 900. Nav HUD. Nav HUD is the overlay. Wink. Alright. Alright, so 300. So 886. We don't have any way to refuel this. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I don't know. No, I don't need the rover. Okay, so... See... This whole heating thing, I don't know what caused that. It's a new bug. Alright, engineer. And please don't blow up on me, Mr. Engineer. Is that your ride? That's your ride. Whenever anything lands around a base, for some reason, it heats up the base. You're no McQuack? What's a McQuick? What's a McQuack? Look, I'm old. I may not know all these new things. Alright. There's our little pod. Where's the front door? Oh, it's right there. Alright. Slow down. So yes, I did not put a ladder on this. And believe it or not, if you hit this thing too hard, you will tip it over. Launch McQuack. Oh, was that from DuckTales? Oh, I got you. Okay. You know, DuckTales was... I should have got more into it. It did look funny. Alright, so we have 876 delta V. Now, again, this has got no habitation, so if we look at the life support, this has got to be wrong. This is right, but homesickness in 15 days? I don't get it. But, right. Alright, so we want to take off at a 270. So let's find that 270. Oh, there it is. It's right there. And we want to lean 270. There we go. And we're going to get up to 20,000. Like I said, it's some sort of weird bug that when you land something. Oh, no, 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 no. It heats up stuff. Okay. No, I don't want to warp, for crying out loud. I want to get a maneuver node. Thank you. That's going to cost us 354. Oh. Oh, no. This is going to be costly. So we're going to get circularized with 354, leaving not enough fuel to do what we need to do. What to do, what to do, what to do. Alright, let's do an F5. So what we have to do is, first of all, our inclination is way off from our target. So that's our target right there. Well, the Kerbal was inside, so the whole thing, if you land a craft at any place and they have any kind of heat, thermal controls, whether they're stock or not, they'll heat up for some reason. I don't know why. So what we have to do is we have to. So we have 172. I don't have the fuel. So what do we do? What do we do? We're gonna have to come rescue the transfer pod. Ooh! I wonder if we could just refuel it. Send a refuel craft. All right, let's see if we can't get this. Let's see what it's going to take to get the phase correct here. 172. So I'm not going to be able to get very close at all. No. All right, so maybe we change our orbit. Where are we at? We're right here. See what happens if we can. We need to get our orbit out to about 200, I think. We're at 104. And 52. See, we're not going to be able to do this. We don't have enough fuel to rendezvous. That's going to cost 74, and we could probably circularize. At least we'll be at the right altitude. Then we can send a craft to refuel this, dock, refuel it, and get it at the same inclination, and then we can dock. We can do that. The face light is very white. What are you talking about? Face light. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Quickly made this. Oh! Sorry, Scorp. What'd you do? Is that a YouTube? Alright, I will watch that later. Let me repost what... This is, Yeah, I'll just let you share it, Scorp. Let me do a permit here. There you go, Scorp. Go ahead and do it. Oh, wait. And then maybe... Try that. There you go. So we have a situation here because this landing was at a huge inclination. It's more delta V than more delta V than I can afford. So we're going to get this thing at the right orbit, though. Maybe if I can get in here and click on something. So that's going to cost 63. All right, so we're going to leave our Kerbal stranded out here, but we're going to come get him. He's got the supplies to last. He's got the habitation to last. It's going to take us a couple days to get out here. I got it up on the other screen there, Scorp. I'm going to check it out. Shuttle looks familiar. Except for I don't have mine faced that way. I have it faced, you know, after a roll. So that's only one down. I have two downfalls for this little transfer pod. It can only handle one Kerbal. And if where it's going has a huge inclination, it's going to be... how many relay dishes do you put on my sats? It's kind of situational. So we'll turn on SAS. Let's do an F5. Yeah, I can't do a roll. It's too quick. You know, there's too much going on in that early part of it, but it is tricky. So we're going to leave him here. We're going to bring another craft out, rendezvous with it, refuel it, and we might use whatever's docking to do the muscle, and then we'll all right. So let's go make an ad hoc rocket here. When it comes to relay dishes, for my careers, I have two careers running parallel. One, I have my colonization mod, our career. And then I have my colonization mod. And then the other is historical career. Now, historically, I don't think we had any sort of relay network out in space until I think about 70s or 80s. That's when we launched like the SBS-3, the ENG C1, 2, and 3. There's some other ones out there too. How I perceived it, as soon as we were done with our moon launches, so when Apollo 17 was done, then I put a synchronous satellite system in orbit, but I kind of did an alternate that anytime I had to send a probe that just needed to go to orbit and repeat science, I would sneak a relay on it. That way I could use it possibly to bounce signals off of. All right, so let's make a rocket. A flying gas can. That's a lot of stuff on the Mun. How often do you stream KSP? Almost every day. All right, so I mean, we can't really put that much fuel on it. And we're not gonna... Oh, we have to dock, though. Alright, so we have to dock. So, let's see. If we're gonna do a flying... let's go with that. Close that, because that's confusing me. Let's grab the docking port. Okay. Let's put a battery. That'd be under... not thermal. Grab a battery. And then for fuel, maybe I just take something like this. Maybe I just fly out this thing. I mean, that's got a lot of fuel. Got a lot of fuel. Okay, we don't have a reaction wheel. We'll put one of those here. Yeah, let's just... that should fill... I should be able to fill it up. As long as I don't use its fuel to fill it up. Or... we do this. And we use... poodle. Where's a poodle at? We're crying out... oh, there it is. Found it. Okay, there's a poodle. Yeah, let's go this route instead. That way, better safe than sorry. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oops. Oh. Too much. Alright. So this is our refueler. This is just for fuel. So what I want to do here is reassign route to... Oh, it already is. That means I should be able to do something like that. Alright. So there's fuel. And if we use a little bit, that's fine. Is what I want to do is I'm going to load in a subassembly I think I have, so I don't have to recreate something. Looking for it. Oh, I don't have it here? Really? Okay. Maybe I can use this. I don't want it. I don't want this. I just want to steal that so I don't have to make it again. That's all. I'm being lazy. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Oops. Okay. Let's get rid of that. There we go. That's right, I cheated. So let's grab this again. And we're going to go 4. Pull it out. So this is actually 2 stock parts. This is the 105. So it's this with this is actually clipped over this, so that way I get a 5-way. I learned that from Das Valdez and EJSA. Alright, so we don't have any monopropellant, so we got to stick some monopropellant on this. Our center of mass is right there. So let's bring this down. No. Alright, let's bring this down so it's on the center of mass. And let's grab a couple of monopropellant fuel tanks. As soon as I find the fuel tanks. And we're just going... I only need 2. And we can do this. Let's do this with it. We'll just put them right here on the side. And we'll flip them like this. Do that. And do that. That way we keep the center of mass. If you use that design, you don't need the 4x, you only need the 2x. That's why I used to do 4x, 2x? 2x? What 2x? Oh, you mean, oh. What do you mean, Scorp? Sorry. Again, not a rocket guy. You have to use crayons and sort of talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old. Not really, though. Okay, so let's see what... You know, ever since 1.2 came out, I've never been able to... I mean... The red circles I should not have. For the RCS thrusters, I mean, you only need 2 and not 4. Really? You rocket people are smart. So you're saying that if I go down to 2 by using this way, this little 5-way doohickey, you're saying that it'll work just as good or it'll work better? I'm worried about how much. So when I use a 5-way, Scorp, you're saying that I don't need to go 4-way symmetry, I just go 2? I don't know what I just did. Oops. Works the same, slightly less thrust. I mean, the reason why the yaws aren't showing up is because there's no thrust. You know, if a Kerbal's life wasn't in the balance here, I would do it. But I'm going to revert to... Because this is how I always do it. Was this a change for 1.2 or something? Because I've always done 4-way symmetry with... Uh-oh. Okay. Hang on. Did something wrong. I don't know, you know, it's not that I don't believe you. I do. Rocket people are some of the smartest people in the world. I get all 3 accesses. But I'll have less thrust. Alright, so that makes sense. Okay. See, is what I used to be able to do in 1.1.3 is I used to be able to get this down, this whole red circle thing. I used to be able to twist and pull and get things to work. I haven't been able to get that to work lately. But still, Kerbal's life is in the balance. Let's not forget that. But I am going to test that out. Flying fuel tank. What's a fall tank? I had no idea I could do that. God, you guys are geniuses. What are you guys watching me for? Oh, to tell you what you're doing wrong, Andy. Thank you. Alright, so let's, gotta put some power. We're gonna need an antenna, too. I think... Hey, Bubble, how you doing? I think I should be able to, Bubbles with a follow. Thank you so much for that. Bubble Lone Wolf 26. You know, you just can't be sad with a name like that. You can be chipper all the time. I'm not saying you're sad. We'll just go with a low profile antenna. We just need one. One. Thank you. I did put a battery in here, right? There is a battery. I mean, it's a cool name. You need 4 of them if you want to translate without rotating. Well, I think that's what they're saying, that I'll have less thrust control. But, you know what? Again, Kerbal's life is at stake here, gentlemen. Ladies, chat, everyone. A Kerbal's life hangs in the balance. So what I need is, we have battery, but no battery, no... I'm going to go with some solar... Some extendable solar panels. What am I looking for? Battery, that thing. And I'm gonna go with these. No, let's do it over here. All right. So am I missing anything? I got battery. I got battery recharge or generation. I have a probe core. I have my docking port. And if we take a look at the delta V around the Mun, that's a lot of delta V. So let's build a rocket that gets us all the way to the Mun. Let's go of it, and we use this to rendezvous, refuel, and get the pod back to the transfer. Get it docked, dock this, fill up, and then we'll get rid of this. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So to make it aerodynamic though, let's put a nose cone on it. Again, nothing fancy here. Since we have a docking port there, we can undock and get rid of that. Let's first of all, let's auto strut. Hello, thank you. Let's auto strut that. Put that there. Kerbal lives matter. It does. It's important. Okay, so this is set for the Mun. Let's change this to Kerbin. And we want to make a stage that goes from Kerbin's orbit. Spice 101. What? I should upload some of my other vehicles. You should, Scorp. You make fantastic craft. I don't know why you don't. I make stuff like this. Like flying fuel tanks. Alright, so we need 9. We need 1500. And we want to wrap this in a fairing so it's nice and aerodynamic. So let's put, let's do this. Let's put a small decoupler. God, I hate the shrouds. Not a fan of the shrouds. And then we want to do that. And then we'll go to payload. Let's grab this. Turn that and that off. Now here's something I haven't been able to do successfully. I'm going to go with a 4-way clamshell. Whenever I do a clamshell, things break for some reason. I'm going to try it on this. How come? Wait, let's do this. Alright. Looks like a nuke. Shh. Let's not talk about that. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. So let's go getting from Kerbin to the Mun and getting orbit and even doing a rendezvous. Let's go for 1500 delta V on this stage. Ish. 1500-ish. So let's go ahead and put another reaction wheel. Let's go with the double gray. And I know a lot of people are going to say, go with the poodle. Well, I'm going to go with Skipper. That's 1900 delta V. Okay, that's fine. It's more than enough. Well, what if I just go with this? Yeah, coming up a little short. Oh wait, but then I could do this. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now we have our Kerbin to Mun, and we'll use this to do rendezvous. When it's empty, then we'll switch to this, and it's going to be more than enough to refill it and use it to get this, escape the transfer pod back. Launching a shuttle. Oh, dude. Okay. No. I could. Then I got more than one Kerbals left I got to worry about. What am I looking for here? I got a question for you, Scorp. Have you ever made something out of stock that would be a PAM? I'm challenged with that. All right, so let's go ahead and grab a decoupler. See, yeah, even though I don't know rockets, I do know what a PAM is. I looked up shuttle stuff. You're going to subscribe to my YouTube? Thank you. Lately I've been taking all my stream stuff over there, so when people can't catch the stream, they can go watch the YouTube. And then I'm going to put some Sepricons. Sepricons? Is that a new transformer? Sepratrons. I'm an idiot. That way we can have kind of a cool little separation. Almost said Sepratron again. Sepricons. Okay, so now we need 3400 delta V to get this thing off the planet. So let's I'm curious now, how do you place two RCS radial so the translation does not induce rotation? Oh, I don't know. Smart question for smart people. Not me. Alright, let's go with big. Oh wait. We need a reaction wheel. Then we go with the orange tank. I'm going to double the orange tank. And let's put a mainsail. And... we don't have enough fuel. Let's use SRBs. Let's do SRBs. Let's grab a decoupler. And we're going to put... Just out of curiosity, will a thumper work? Nope. Not enough delta V, so let's go with the big ol' honkin' guys. And so we're coming up 400 delta V short. What happens if I go with 3 of these? Whoa. 300 delta V short. Alright, fine, we'll do that. Alright, let's make these as aerodynamic as possible. We're gonna make sure this stuff all gets strutted. So, I'm thinking I don't want to take a risk of these things pulling away. So how long are they going to last? A little over a minute. So we'll be up about 15 to 19,000. It'll still be... Alright, let's put some Separatrons on to make sure we push them away from the main fuel tank thing. Thing. Some more Separatrons, yay. Alright, so we're going to put one right here. And we're going to put the other one way down here. And what I want to do is make sure they don't stick out all weird and dorky like that. So we're going to just kind of tuck them in a little bit. The same thing down here. Okay. Then do it to the other side. And again, we're going to just kind of... Oop, my bad. Try that again. Had angle snap clicked. Didn't mean to. Alright. Alright. So, put the SRBs lower so it's more realistic. Really? I like the engines being fine. People tell me what to do on my stream. Oops. Put them lower. So, like this. How's that? You don't have to. Just saying. Alright, so Separatrons need to go... Wait a minute, what's going on here? Put that there. Oh, that's weird. Alright, so you guys go there. And you... Sepratron. Alright, you guys go there. Let's see here. Let's make sure I'm doing this right. Engines, good. We got those decouplers. We should have... Alright, so then we have this. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we are ready to... Well, I go overkill with a lot of my stuff, so I don't do... I'm not a rocket guy. I just try to do functionality and productivity and provide some sort of entertainment, short of like sacrificing Kerbal lives. And it probably does make a lot of sense. Well, what are you playing the game for if you don't want to do it authentically? Because I'm having fun. Alright, hang on. I'm going to scoot over here and grab a different throat lozenge. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm back. Sort it. Hang on, wait. About to roll over a wire. Alright, fix that. Alright, so it looks like I have a rocket. And I'm going to make some noise here. I do apologize. I want to make sure my throat stays, you know, I don't cough. So I swapped to the Hall's Mentholyptus. Alright, there we go. And oh wait, made a mess. Alright, there we go. Now you want to say I don't want to sacrifice the Kerbal's lives. No, that's bad. Alright, let's make sure this thing works. And again, I'm doing a clamshell up there. I'm very nervous. Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I forgot to check my thrust to weight ratio. Don't even want to see what it was. 181. Too much. That's really bright. Bright. That's bright. Is it done? Oh, it's done. All right. 177 off the launch pad. No thanks. It's let's do about that. All right, now let's get out of here. Make sure no Kerbals hanging on the side. All right, should be good to go here. Hopefully. All right, I'm just seeing what's going on in Twitterville here. Oh, for that, appreciate that. All right, looks better. No wobble, that's good. Sorry, I get a throat lozenge so I don't cough, and I start coughing. Makes perfect sense. Now, I've read in the Real Plumes forums that they found a way to equalize or fix the volumes of the engines. Now, a lot of people are going, what are you talking about, Andy? The one reason I don't use real plumes, even though a lot of people say the plumes aren't realistic, I like them. Because what I don't like is that the big engines are way loud and the small engines you can't hear if you adjust the volume for the big ones. Just created a halo ring. Can you send? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let me give you a permit. Permit. Flash. There you go. Post away. Alright, so we're getting ready to say goodbye to our SRBs here in about 17 seconds. Let's check out your picture. Made a halo ring. Nice! That is so cool. Made it with panels and... oh, you took the adapter thing, you flipped it. Cool. Got one piece or two pieces? Alright, that was fast. Alright, so... we're going to wait until we get up in orbit. Watch our electrical charge. Can I go in here before it and grab... no. Okay, oh, wait, stop that thing. And say hibernate. Good. Cool. Are those fuel cells between each one of them? Looks like a fuel cell. Alright, so... oop. Can I... see, I don't know what I do wrong, but whenever I do, it always gets stuck down there. Fortunately, that time it didn't cause any problems. Alright, so we're going to have to stage a little bit. That's what we planned, that we're going to borrow a little bit. Again, kind of a rescue mission. We need to refuel our transfer pod because we didn't have enough fuel to get back to the transfer station from picking up a Kerbal. It was part of a drill site on the Mun. Heading for the sun. And for Moho. Great. By the way, if you guys missed it about 3 or 4 streams ago, for the first time playing this game, I successfully got something in orbit around Moho. That's cool, that's cool. Oh. Alright, let's get the solar panels out. Alright. His game, his rules. What? Oh. Oh, you can put... you know, that's what the game's all about. If you can put something incredibly outrageous up in orbit and it's cool, even if it's not cool, more power to you. All right, let's get this thing into the Mun, and we want to put it into a retrograde orbit, and we want to put it out about an altitude of about 200, no, 150, I think. All right, so let's that's 92. Okay, for some reason I don't know what I'm doing now. What happened? Oh. 92. Whoa, too much. Said 150. 150. Alright. That's gonna cost $860, and we have $1369. Oh, no, I just think is what he was saying is the image that was shared about the Halo ring. Someone was saying it wasn't realistic, and people say it's your game, it's your rules, so you can put anything you want into orbit, into space. It's KSP, you know, it's your, oh, that was weird. What jumped like that? Maybe that? There you go. Now have fun with the game, you know? I mean, the thing about it is, I don't do anything super realistic at all. I don't know anything about rockets. When people say, you know, SLS and stuff like that, I just go, okay, cool. Which, I kind of know what it means. Hey, 140. That's close enough. Alright, so let's grab an orbit here. It's going to cost another 241. So with what I have left is we're going to use it to rendezvous with the transfer pod. We'll probably use up all that fuel because there it is right there. But then we have the flying fuel can that has 3,000 delta V, 3734 to be exact. So we got this situation. And it's only been a couple of days. I forgot to press that button. I was wondering what we were waiting for. Now just Moobot's talking about the mods I use on No Man's Sky. I need to take that out of there. I haven't played that game in quite a long time. Alright, so we're in orbit, yay. Let's do an F5. And that is our target. So what we're going to do is first we're going to match our phase with it. Well, might do it all in one shot, I don't know. Let's add a maneuver. Let's put it right here. Actually, let's drag the maneuver away. Let's tag that. Drag it back, and then let's get our alignment adjusted. Okay, thought I was doing it wrong. Okay, let's put on the brakes a little bit. Whoa, really? Is that an intercept right there? Looks like it. Oh, okay. Can my old hands not be so jumpy? That's a huge gap. Can I... Oh, wait, went the wrong way. I'm making it worse somehow. 15. I think 15 is the best it's going to get. But that just means that's going to cost $350. That's actually, you know, I can clean up a separation gap of 15 kilometers. It's not an awesome intercept. Oh, it got worse somehow. I mean, the thing about it is we're probably going to spend a lot of fuel trying to get that lined up. So, first things first. Let's just get this correct. Whoa. What am I looking for here? Where is... I'm confused. What am I looking at? Alright, it's 10. Okay, I blew it. Wasn't looking at everything. I'm trying to do a whole lot with one burn, so bear with me for a sec. You could also use... Yeah, I could. Don't worry, I got this. All I'm trying to do is... I'll do it old school, because if you do it this way, then... Where's the... Oh, right there. 4 point... Whoa. 4.8. And... Huh. Looks like what I need to do is shift the orbit. The other way, though. No, maybe not. Alright. So... 294. It's still not that bad in fuel cost. Yeah, I'm going to focus on this first. Let me get this fixed. That's the wrong way. Alright, so it looks like we've got the inclination fairly matched. All we have to do is maybe... Oh. Now what's going on over here? Alright, so... we need to... No, go the other way. Alright, and then go this way. This way. Then that way. This way. So the thing about it is the inclination is still off. Or at least it looks like it. Where is it at? Yeah, it's off still. Wrong way. .3 ain't bad. 1.5 is worse. There we go. We're getting there. Bear with me. Okay, so 0.2 is the best I can get. Which... Where'd it go? Alright, let's wait in orbit and see what happens. Or actually, let's go back in orbit. Let's just change our node somewhere else. Moro, how you doing? Thank you, game. You're mad? Why are you mad? Don't get mad. Man. Waste like 3 hours for nothing. Can I not dock with a construction port? Docking ports to construction ports, no. Construction ports to constructor ports, yes. Docking port to docking port, yes. From my experience. 3.3. So, I can't quite get the phase. Oops. Oops. So let's try this. Let's get this as close as possible again. 3.3. And what if we wait in orbit? And then move. Why did it not work then? Now some people said that you have to sometimes adjust the construction port has like 3 or 4 different properties. I've docked before, construction port to construction port, and it worked. So, all right, let me start over again. Sorry, my bad. Okay, we're way over there. All right, let's wrong way. .4, 1.7. Looks like that's about the best I can do, but let's put on the brakes. All right, and then what are we doing here? 1.6, 0.3, 0.5, 0.4. Where's my node? Where's the node at? Oh, there it is. Can I force you guys in getting closer? No? Fine. Alright, let's 11.0 on the node. This is tough. Alright, we're just going to do it one at a time. We're just going to adjust the inclination, and that's all I'm going to do. So I'm going to get the inclination so it's as 0.3 is cool. 0.2 is better. I think 0.2 is all I'm going to get. But I want to tighten the circle a little bit. And when I do that, we have to go down. And then increase. Alright, so how are we doing there? 2.0. Alright, so let's burn this 312. That'll get us... We're going to have to do another maneuver, that's all. But docking ports, same size, just like normal docking ports. Construction ports to construction ports. Yeah, I'm going to need a set. I was hoping to do it in one. So we'll get the phase adjusted. Then we'll do the rest. What is the command to see my watch time? It's uptime or points. I thought you were talking about my time. All right, where are we at? Okay, we are right there. And so actually, let's get rid of that. Our phase is 2.9. Where'd it go? Oh, 0. Sweet. All right. Can we... Let's do an orbit. Alright, let's not do an orbit. Too much stuff. Oh, I passed my node, didn't I? Alright, I did. Alright, delete it. Fine. Ugh. I know I can filter stuff off, but maneuver nodes are my nemesis. Where is... What am I looking for? This right here. Let's move that. Oh, it's already tagged. Never mind. Put that back. Right about there. Wrong way. Alright, 0. And then what if we just drag? No? Alright, so we'll do a 1 orbit. Alright, let's go back in orbit. And see what we need to do to get some stuff happening here. Oh, well, maybe. Alright, 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 alright. I seem to have lost my note again. There it is. Okay. So we got a 7 points. Oh, geez, really? 19.4. What's over there? That is... That's even worse. Alright, so let's work with this one, see what we can do here. So that makes it better. Uh-oh. Alright, I can fix that. 16 point. We can do this. Again, plenty of Delta V for this. This is only going to cost 21. We'll have a gap that we can close in on. Yeah, you know, inclined rendezvous are like any other sort of rendezvous, but you have to come into it, catch up with it, slow down with it, rendezvous with it, dock with it. You believe? Thermal Ace. Always a believer. Alright, so where are we at? We're there, and where's our target? Is that our target? That's our target. So... Oh, we have a... Wait a minute, I'm confused. Isn't that our rendezvous? So did we pass the rendezvous? I would think we passed, or we have an orbit to go. This game. Whoops. No, it's coming up. Alright, so... Whoops. Let's go ahead and point at the target. Which is way up there. And let's just burn towards it a little bit and see what we got here. We have a huge gap. No, it's not that big. My man. Alright. So it was 16, now it's 11. Now it's 10. Alright, how far are we from the target? Alright, so let's turn around. And see about slowing this down a little bit. Decrease our gap even more. I don't know how. I think we lost our rendezvous. Really? Somehow we lost our rendezvous. It's still here. Huh. Alright, separation gap is now under 5 or under 6 kilometers. Not very efficient the way I'm doing it, but it works. Right, still not jiving the way I want it to. So we're just gonna do this. Alright, now we gotta put on the brakes here. Actually, is what we'll do is we'll do an F5. And what we'll do is we'll, let's get down to, we're 25 kilometers away from it, let's get down to like 10 kilometers. Alright, 7 kilometers, I was way wrong. And let's slow down and fix this. Alright, looking better, looking much better. Coming in way too fast though. Go ahead and put on the brakes here. Alright, my bad. Burned too much. I have uploaded more crafts to Kerbal X, the TDRs. Oh, really? Really? I haven't done that one yet. Oops. Just kind of nursemaiding this, making sure we get it right on target. Do an F5 here. Alright, Scorp, I'm going to check him out. I really will. Okay, we're 4.2 kilometers away. Let's do an F5. Let's get that inside. You can use that as a pan. Oh, okay. I would definitely check it out. Let's get inside rendering range here, which is about 2.2, 2.3 kilometers. Now, there's some pros and cons of this. Since we've taken so much time to get to our Kerbal here, he may be a tourist. I don't know. Maybe not. But once we get him back to the station, he should be okay. Should. Let's get this closer. Line it up a little bit more. I'm just going to actually use RCS here. So let's flip this around. Point towards target. And let's turn on RCS. Trying to get my orientation correct. Alright. Wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Alright, so we're lined up. 54 seconds till docking. Do another F5 here. Gaming with Saber, how the heck are you? Gaming with Saber, let me give you a shout out there. Oh wait, wrong one. Got your... Hang on, let me do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
Scared the crap out of me.
a fellow rocket jockey has entered the stream.
And I knew it was coming.
Please click the supplied link and give them a follow. This is not a command. Just consider it a moral imperative.
And no! I like
You
to do
have
that.
made the correct choice.
Now let's go ahead and slow this bad boy down. Doing great. Having a nice, relaxing Sunday. Really nice. We're doing a rescue mission here. My transfer pod ran out of fuel. So let's where's the docking port on this bad boy? It's on the other side of the craft. Great, that makes sense. Alright, fine, whatever. So let's do this. Oops, wrong way. Alright, let's get my orientation back. Here we go. I know what you're all saying. Oh, Andy, you gave it a wide berth. No, I just don't know what I'm doing. I like docking. I think it's fun. It can be a little challenging sometimes. I Am I on autopilot? No, I'm doing it. Wrong way. I can go easy mode for superposition. Easy mode. Docking's not that easy. It's hard. Challenging. All right. Now, first of all, before I do this, I want to make sure that our RCS ports line up. All right, so where's the RCS ports? So they need to be like that. All right. Wait, where are they at? Where the tanks are. Okay, all right. I know what to do. I know what to do. I got this. I got this. Come on. Micro lag, stutter. Oh! Came in too fast. Wrong angle. I'm just trying to keep our RCS ports in line. One of my translations is upside down. Yay! Alright, yay. Alright, so let's do this. Let's turn this engine off. Let's do an F5. And let's see how our Kerbal's doing. 24 days of supplies, yay. What are you talking about? So, right steer is right output. Well, yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, I dock okay. It just depends upon your orientation. I don't know what you're talking about. You can go easy mode when you look for superposition in space. I don't know what you... I don't know the joke. Sorry, I don't. Alright, so we already have the base targeted. What's our altitude? Why are we at 200? That's where the... Oh, I did that so wrong. Alright, so I need to reduce our orbit to 150. Otherwise, it's going to take forever to get this. So I want to come in under so we can do a better... Again, not a rocket person, so if you're making some sort of a rendezvous sort of joke, I'm probably going to miss it. I'm going to try, though. Alright, so let's do that. I want to ask a question. What's the meaning of too many keep section? I get an error when I start KSP. Sounds like memory issue. Keep. I mean, are you just trying to install KSP? Why did I miss my burn? What's going on here? Okay, fine. Let's do it down here then, I guess. So I just want to bring our orbit down to 150. And for some reason, I missed my last burn. I only have 5 mods. Oh, 4 gigabytes of memory. That's pushing it sometimes. There is a couple of mods that will actually display as Kerbal runs. Alright, what's going on here? I'm confused. Oh, that's why. Controlling from the wrong point. I think it's called GC Monitor, if it's still around. It will show you how much... So if I'm controlling from here... Oh, maybe I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, that's good. So I want to decrease our orbit. Oh, is that increasing or decreasing? I can't tell. No, it's decreasing. All right. 150. Okay, third time's the charm. Third time is the charm. I think these mods are really demanding. Kerbal Engineer has stuff running in the background, so it can be, yes. So evidently I was controlling from the escape pod, or the transfer pod. There we go. It's getting a little nervous. So what I'm doing is I'm lowering our orbit, so that way we have a better chance of getting a timely rendezvous. Because when you're at the same altitude, it takes like a zillion orbits to catch up or slow down. So let's go ahead and get the rendezvous, and then we'll transfer fuel. We'll fill up our escape pod. We'll detach when we get close to the base. We'll dock it with the base, get the Kerbal transferred, and then we'll connect the flying fuel tank to the station, and then transfer the fuel, and probably be able to get rid of this. All right. So now, having a circular orbit that's lower than our target, we can now, as soon as F5, so we're sitting right there. So let's come over here and let's get a phase matched. Okay, first of all, let's move that out of the way. Okay, that's tagged. I didn't think I tagged it. Let's move that back. And wrong way. I knew that. I knew that. Not really. I just said that. We're 6.7. 5, 4, 3. Okay, let's put on the brakes a little bit. Oh, damn it. Darn it. Shucks. Try it again. I messed up big time. Let's get this. Let's put on the brakes. 1.4. They're going up or down. That's the wrong way. All right, let's go this way. This way. And let's do this again. And this. Alright. So our orbit is dumb. So alright, close enough. Ooh, our orbit's wrong. Alright, we need to push out. Need to maintain our circular orbit of 150 by 150. So whatever I did, I wasn't paying attention. Where is it? There it is. Tag that. Push out to 150. There. Oh, too much. Come on. Where is it? Oh, well. Alright, so close enough. Alright. So, we're going to do that. That's going to get us circular on the same inclination, and then we can do another maneuver and get the rendezvous down. How long have I been playing this game? September will be 2 years. I like the game a lot because A, the community is, it's the friendliest community out there. It's even more friendlier than The Sims. And that's not an insult on either community. Why? How long have you been playing the game? It is an awesome game. Alright, so again, our target is 200 by 200. We are at 150-ish by 150-ish. And what I'm going to do is come over here again. We're going to get that down to 0. Pull that out of the way. Tag it. Alright, put it back. Come on. Alright. I hate the node system. Go away. That's tagged. Great. Awesome. Can you make a maneuver node? Thank you. It was magic. Let's drag that over this. And pull this till we get that at 0. Cool. Then we want to increase our altitude. So we want to go prograde up to 200. Which is really close. That's 199. Alright, 200. Now we're going to have to wait in orbit. Oh, not too many. Just one. Come on. Come on, game. Don't. Oh, I hate this bug. Alright, fine. Let's drag that over. Okay. So, what do we have here? We have an. Oh, I thought that was much closer. Okay, these both suck. Why did they look so good before? Alright, it looks a little bit better. So we have 15.3. Alright, so let's work with this one. See if we can make this one a little bit better. That's getting worse. Why is that getting worse? Oh, inclination. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go with that 9 point whatever I had in there. 9.9. Alright, we'll do that. If I could fix up a 16 kilometer, I can certainly do a 9.9. Now again, we have 18 days of habitation and 23 days of supplies. For some reason my browser crashed. I can't see chat. Let me refresh my browser and see if chat comes in. There it is. Hey Beady Hogs, how you doing? Alright, so do an F5. And our intercept is over here. Now my browser crashed. But yeah, sure, if you want to take that, sure. You broke it. Alright, so let's warp to here. There's our target. Let's go ahead and maneuver towards the target. Point towards it. Alright. We're going to point towards the target and we're going to burn towards the target. It's going to increase our speed, but it's also going to decrease our separation here. Our intercept separation. Alright, let's go ahead and stop this. Let's point retrograde. How far are we? Okay, we can warp to here. And then is what I'm gonna do is see if we can fix this, get better aligned, slow down a little bit. And I'm going to point towards the target again. We're going to do the same thing. So I'm just pushing and pulling the prograde and retrograde marker. Oops, hit the wrong key. You see our separation gap is right under 1 kilometer. So we're pretty much lined up with our target. We're just 5 kilometers away. So that's what we'll do is we'll do an F5 here. And we'll get inside rendering range. Again, I have 2 vehicles here I need to dock with the station. So let's see, let's get a little closer. Right, and there. Alright. So let's go ahead and do a little bit more pushing and pulling and stopping and slowing and stuff. Hit the wrong key. I'm right? Okay, thank you. Wait, what was I right about? Okay. 1.3 kilometers away. Let's do an F5. Let's go and accelerate this up a little bit. Again, we'll just do a slight right about memory issue. The air log says, oh wow, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, usually heap is referred to memory. Usually. Sounds like a 32-bit. Do you have a 32-bit or 64-bit? Because usually heap memory is 32-bit. 64-bit I don't think does heap anymore. Shouldn't. Alright, so there's a station coming up on us. We have no separation gap. We're about 25 seconds away from the station. I was pressing the wrong button. Almost ran into the station. Alright, let's try to get ourselves to float out here as much as possible, so yeah, I'm trying to figure out my Alright. Let's do this. There we go. and just trying to slow our drift. .1 meters per second. All right, let's do an F5 here. And it's what we're going to do is not do the refuel. We have the monopropellant to dock, so we can do that. All right, let's switch over to this one. And we're going to say control from here. And we want to dock this there. So let's see what our perfect. All right. I'm going to do caps lock for a little bit more refinement of the docking. For a little bit. Lower ourselves down a smidge. Whoa. Alright. That was weird. Hang on, let me catch up with chat here as soon as I finish this docking here. Because it's been quite an adventure. We had to come rescue this guy. It is a guy. Alright. Slow down a little bit. A little more. Alright, so yay. Okay, let's switch over to our flying can. We're going to say control from here. And we're just going to dock it up here. Man, I wish I had a good enough rig to play this game. You know, I know people on laptops that are medium range and, you know, they just don't install a lot of mods, but they have a lot of fun. And I have to reboot or restart KSP like every 3.5 to 4 hours anyway, so it's KSP really. He is way cool when he plays KSP. I'm way cool. I wish to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I got you. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Oh, RCS, SAS is not on. All right, so we're going to flip this way. No, this way. And we're going, no, not do that. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, I got caps lock on, that's why. And we want to go that way. We want to straighten it out like so. Yeah, you can play it on a PS4 and Xbox One. There's no mod support though, unfortunately. I don't know if it's coming or not. I can't really speak to that. Okay, what happened? How come I lost... Oh, I lost focus for some reason. What's going on? Oh, it's weird. Pickups, micro stutters. Alright, let's see. Let's get this back. Translation is all out of whack. See, if I flip this around, do I get better translation? No. Still backwards. Alright, so it's not really easy to dock like that. We'll do it again. Control from there. That's our target. And let's see here. If I do... Okay, so if I change my camera... Alright, good. Alright, I can deal with this. There we go. I got it. Caps lock. This looks a little better. Yay! I did it. Cool. We docked it. Alright, sweet. I play on a mid-range laptop. It runs great. 16 gigabytes RAM. I know someone that plays with 8 gigabytes RAM. It just, the more mods, actually what eats up more memory are parts and visual. So, things to avoid. Alright, so we're going to transfer all this fuel to here. Okay, and then we're going to lock these tanks. Then we're going to fill up this. So we're going to turn the pump. Oh, the pump is on. Right. Oh, wait, what happened? Pin it. Pump is on. Right mouse click here. We're going to put this pump up to 8. Turn the pump on. And then we should be able to empty this of all its fuel. Alright, so that thing is completely empty. So we can get rid of you. Thank you very much. You've served us well. Then we'll just go up here and set that to debris. Where's debris at? Rename. There we go. Then we can switch back to the station and finish filling up our drop ship, our little transfer pod. Again, the pump is on. Over here, we'll just turn this pump on. Oh, we have to unlock it. There it goes. And if I did that correctly, if I turn the pump off, all of these should be full. Yep, they are, and including the main tank. Cool. All right, so now our drop ship is all done, and we can transfer our Kerbal into the HAB section. Yeah, I'm probably going to get something with 16 gigabytes. I would say I got a laptop, cheap computers. I'm selling it. I don't think you're near Florida. Oh, I see you're trying to sell a laptop. Super far. Turkey. Turkey. All right, so now with 2 Kerbals, they still have 136 days, years of habitation, so they are fine. Now we've done all this. Let's do an F5. Let's go down and check. We have to rename the site to this one. Let's make sure everything's still running. All right, I don't see an error message. I do see the drills going up and down. I guess the best way to check is just make sure they're running. That's 100%, and I could stop it, so I don't want to stop it. And that one says 100% running too. All right, and again, this Kerbal has got 2 years of supplies. 2 years. 2. Cool. So if we check this, the neck, and the reason why it's so important for me to make sure these guys have got lots of time with their supplies is because if we try to accelerate time to do a historical mission, if I don't have, like for instance, this one right here, it'd starve. So the next one we need to replace is the exotic metals. So let's close that, open this. Oops, it was already open. Let's go take a look. Now this one has it been updated? I don't think, because it has maybe it has, but it needs a version 3 versus a version 1. Because it only has 1 Kerbal. And I forgot to rename that base. Alright, so, and the big difference is this does not have a recycler. Alright, so I need a few minutes. I have to go do something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get the game on. Man, that's a long time for a No, he's got all the amenities. You know, you got an awesome romper room, bounce house. You've got your bursts of, communication going back and forth between home. You got all the food, but there you go. All right, so let's get, so this is just one ore. So this is exotic metals, right? All right, so just exotic metals. That should be fairly easy. So the one that we sent out here will work fine. We just don't have to fire up the second reactor. So let's head back to the Space Center. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let me... it won't matter. I mean, even if it's highly inclined, the lander itself is going to have plenty of fuel. All right, so what we do is we want the rocket we just sent. We're going to retool it. That's right, I said retool. All right, we'll load up the Mun Rare Metals Silicates Replacement version. Actually, it should be version 4. Mun Rare Metals MNOPQR, that one right there. All right, hang on. Be right back, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Really sorry about that. All right. So we have to retool this. This is actually going to be... And that's a lot of save. Too much? Nah. All right, so this is going to be... Was it exotic? I can't remember now. Was it exotic metals? Alright. We can just pump out to the tracking and check. Yeah, it was. Okay, it was exotic. Tell you, I forget if my head wasn't... Unfortunately, I can't check. This is the settings for life support. You can't check life support, so... Real quickly, though, we can hop out to tracking. Make sure, not that I don't trust you, but since I'm halfway here, I might as well look. Exotic metals. All right. And this is already an upgraded. It just doesn't have a recycler. It doesn't have cooling for the reactor itself, so it's an upgrade. I hate how the game will use pods with no hatch in rescue contracts. Well, depends upon what they use. If they use those crew cabins, they have hatches, but yeah, if sometimes what's going on here? What's going on? Something happened I didn't know about? Why did I get a sudden explosion of emojis there? Of emotes? Maybe it's delayed. Anyway, sometimes the game will use these things, and these are actually, those are crew doorways. That was a lot of junk food, wasn't it? It's the viewing cupola. Cupola? Oh, well, it's got a door on it. Right there. It's got a crew hatch right there. Alright, so exotic metals. We've got to retool this for exotic metals. So deploy that drill. Deploy that drill. Hey, look at that, exotic metals. Alright, so that side's all done. Oh, that's set up for dirt, so we need exotic metals. Oops, hit the wrong key. Next, there we go. Oops, back, exotic metals. Exotic metals. Alright, so then we go next. Oops, dang it. Previous. There. Alright, so they're both now all tooled for exotic metals. That's a... No, it's modded. It's a modded part. Oh, so the game threw a modded part out there that doesn't have a crew hatch. That does make it difficult. We have to change this out to exotic. Hey, it's already got it. Cool. We'll just do that. So, Mun exotic metals. Now, again, the only difference between this and version 2 is this has a second reactor, which my other ones don't. It also has a second inflatable attached to the rear. So this really should be version 4. The other one should be called version 4. Let's make sure no Kerbal snuck in. I knew it. Alright, so since we didn't have to bring any parts from sub-assemblies, I think we should be good. What I discovered last time is that when I reconfigured the rover, I took the bottom stage and the upper stage, saved them as sub-assemblies. When I brought them back in, staging didn't happen or anything like that. It just got brain dumb. Yeah. Brain dumb. Brain dum dum. All right. Little bit of a lengthy load time here. So after we get this landed and we get the Kerbal swapped out, we'll restart KSP, and then we'll do our shuttle mission. I want to make sure I'm controlling from the guidance chip. Okay, that's good. Turn that off. Do an F5. And 3, 2, 1. Will games ever escape long load times? Well, you know, the thing about it is, if I took out all the mods, there wouldn't be a long load time. It's what makes me nervous is sometimes when you have a very complicated rocket with mods, you stage to ignite, that works, and then you notice when I staged, there was like, what, maybe a second waiting for the clamps to release. That usually tells you you've got some sort of a, you know, you're slowing the machine down either with, or the game, because either your machine can't handle it, which is not my case, or it's a very complicated rocket and the game is having to think about what's going on. But if we go back to the previous version, when it was 32-bit and the garbage collection was on the old Unity engine, oh, I may be a potty mouth. That tested your patience, that version of KSP. Anyone read their latest KSP Weekly? It sounds like they have a patch coming out. Not soon, but they're working on some bug fixes. Like the runway's got a problem; it's uneven in some spots. A lot of localizations. Yeah, good times. Sure, whatever. Not really. Alright, we push through that upper atmosphere mighty vigorously. That's right, I said vigorous. Oops, that's not what I want. That's what I wanted. Alright, cool. Hey, who's the person in the last stream that told me to ditch the nose cone to save Delta V? I thought it was funny. I mean, it's true, but it's like a fraction of Delta V. But, you know, when it comes up, when I'm going, oh, I'm not going to make it, I don't have enough fuel. Would that nose cone save me? Probably not. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we have a 1 minute and 30-second burn almost here to get all circularized. Alright, a lot of forum messages been replied. Let me see what's going on in the forum. Decouple the nose cone. I don't have a decoupler there anymore. Alright, so where do we leave off? There. Does anyone see? No, I'm talking about that. Alright. It would seem that no one cares about my Mun overheat problems with unmanned. So you know what? It looks like Duna is not going to be an unmanned venture. It's going to be a manned venture. A Kerbalized venture. What is the average Delta V from the Mun and return trip? Well, I think it's 5150. If we take a look at the Delta V map here, I believe this number here represents a round trip, 5150. I may be wrong. Any problem? No, yeah, no problem. Alright, so yay. Got ourselves into a, not a real circular orbit, but it's an orbit. Alright, let's get this thing going towards the Mun. And yet another drill replacement. So, why am I doing this? I'm trying to, again, fine-tune the setup I need for going to Duna. And again, maybe going to Duna, I get there and things overheat even worse. I have no idea. Right, so let's do this. Oops, that's way too much. All right. Oh, for a minute there, I couldn't see the recycler. I was going, no, don't tell me I did all that for nothing. It's right there. All right. So the rig that we're replacing, the Kerbal there, was one of the very first ones we replaced the engineer. So it looks like we're making a full circle on our replacements. There are a lot of mods that I wish they would just include in the game. The thing about it is, if they include a lot of stuff, then some people are going to have some stuff that they don't want. So if they did include like Kerbal Engineer, it would be nice if they had an option to say exclude delta V calculations or something like that. Because some people like to figure that stuff out by themselves. But so yeah, I'm on the fence with wishing some mods were installed and some weren't. All right, coming up on a stage. Somewhere, there it is. I mean, I know a streamer who doesn't even use maneuver nodes half the time. Linux Guru Gamer, mod creator, resurrector extraordinaire. How you doing, Linux? What a title. It's true. Linux Guru Gamer, the first mod of his I ever used, KW Rocketry. I mean, he you know, he's made his own, but I think KW Rocketry was like the one that you were responsible for community fixes. So you download the mod, you install community fix. I think. I may be way wrong. You think, oh, Quill, does he eyeball his stuff? He's been playing this a while too. He's a big YouTuber. Oh, and streamer too. I wish I had more time to follow other streams. Trying to make my place. It's all been combined? Oh yeah, no, I know it doesn't have the community fixes anymore, but no, I'm thinking back in the day, you had your Tux tools and the unmanned contracts and the rover contracts, and then you took over for KW Rocketry. Ish. I'm probably wrong. I don't. I should just shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, I did it right. Yay! I did it right. I said it right. Linux, what was your first mod that you did for KSP? Here's the Mun. Whoa, what did we just pass? Gary. Total time? Oh, total time playing KSP. Really cool. Craft import. Craft import is the one that imports the craft from Kerbal X. Honestly, we just need a Space McDouglas with a... I don't know why you got slammed for that. Oh, the one that imports it. Okay. I don't know. It's weird. Sorry about that. But not from Kerbal X anymore. He had security issues. Oh. Alright, so we're going to exotic metals. That's where we're heading. So let's type in exotic here. Tool, so that's debris, so that's what we want there. Target that. I'm afraid where this is gonna be. Oh. It's all the way up there. Oh well. Alright, let's no, let's not put it there. Let's do our maneuver node right about here. Man, I thought I was done with inclination changes today with that rescue and that rendezvous and that other rendezvous and the other rendezvous. Oh my god. Alright. What am I trying to do here? Okay, so that's going to cost 548. Holy shnikey. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I don't know why it did it. Seems like you said, honestly, we just need a space McDonald's with a... You went S and dot and then hit enter. Sometimes Moobot doesn't like the dot things. Space drive-through, yes. Normalize, don't test it. I think it's got to be with words though. I think. Are we holding it? Okay. But again, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I know you don't get some really cool engineering or authentic rocketry or anything like that. And everyone knows I don't know squat about rockets. So, but I know pizza. I'm pretty good with comic books. So, all right, let's essay. Oh, that was weird. So, we're fairly lined up, so all we have to do now is we have 209. Let's see if we go right about... Stop it. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, that's 236. It's a little bit too... let's do this. 202. We get closer. Keep our inclination on. 202. 20345. Alright, let's do that. Then we'll have to use the lander for the rest. Hopefully we'll have enough. Almost swallowed my throat lozenge. That was embarrassing. Winning combination of comic book and pizza. Zing. The girls don't appreciate that very much. Hang on one sec, guys. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, hey, that's where we're going. Alright, let's pay attention here. Yeah, it's okay. Alright, so we have got some work to do here. We'll do an F5. We've got to be quick about this. We're traveling at a pretty hefty velocity. Let's control from here. Let's get rid of all that. Stage our engines. Get pointed retrograde. Reacquire our target. And we're going to turn RCS on. And hopefully, what we're going to do here is we're going to move our way out of that debris. And we're going to... Oh, geez, that was embarrassing. I went to auto strut. Having a little trouble keeping locked on here. This is going to make for a difficult. All right. So we didn't get rid of all of our. I wonder if it'd be better if I was in this position. Still having trouble holding retrograde. All right, let's make sure the tanks are balanced. No, they weren't. There they are. Alright, so we are way far up. And I'm kind of afraid to use a maneuver node. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Dang it. Oh, I am so far off target here. I'm wondering if I should even bother. See if this works. It's going to be 83. I think I should just concentrate on landing and driving to the site. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, see, it's not quite holding. I think is what we're going to do. I think we're going to cut our losses. Well, it's still a little off, not tremendously. So let's do an F5. And let's get this down to about, I don't know, 15, 10-ish. Whoa. Alright, 14 is fine. So we do have to slow down, though. I wonder, can I... Alright. Let's see if we can't slow our descent quite a bit. Still got some horizontal velocity I'm trying to null out here. It's a bold cotton. I don't get it. What? Alright, 700 delta V. Alright, so let's get some tools to help us make sure we don't completely so But for some reason, we're a little unbalanced here for some reason. It's weird. Lanky Hunkage. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it very much. I don't know if that's a derogatory name, but I don't want to say it's cool and embarrass myself. Alright, so what do we have for... Okay, we can slow down our vertical speed. Okay. Let's, whoa. That's speeding that up. Alright. Milo Dev, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Just trying to do a landing here without dying. Trying to reduce both our vertical and horizontal speed. Not doing a great job at it. Plenty of fuel. Oops. Oh! Oh, I can't believe my fat fingers hit the wrong keys. Yeah. Had plenty of fuel. Your chat's broken. Why is your chat broken? I didn't break it. Can't get mad at me. So I got a little bit of a hike. BD Hogs, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys. Hang on, let me concentrate on my landing here. There's Kerbin. Come on. No spiky. Yep. Boing, 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 boing. And hop and boing. Jeez. Alright, let's use RCS to keep us from doing any more of that. Again with the micro stutter. Don't know where that's coming from. Alright, let's do a save here. Let's get F5. I meant to hit Y. I didn't mean to do F5 twice. There we go. Alright, let's put the wheels down. Put on the brakes. Man, oh man. Hey. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Go away. Go away. I'm trying to put on the brakes. So don't slide. Oh, you know what? I'm controlling from the wrong point. Alright, so steer that away. Okay. Alright, we got a little bit of a drive. That's okay. No. Stupid Andy. Hit the lights. Alright. Mater, fellow rocket jockey. How the heck are you, Mater? Catalog on the moon. No, it's a stretch. It's a stretch limo. Travel in style. You mean you got your bounce house. X Hockey 0. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Now let me give Mr. Mater here his calling. I don't know what that means.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a fellow rocket jockey has entered the stream. Please click the supplied link and give them a follow.
Give them a follow.
This is not a command. Just consider it a moral imperative. And know you have made the correct choice.
Oh, good thing. I actually hit the space bar. Well, we are swapping out some of our old drill setups from Rover Dude's MKS mod. We're trying to become a little bit more efficient when it comes to life support. Oh, is this a cliff? Do I have a cliff coming up? That's a cliff. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Put on the brakes. Put on the brakes. Put on the brakes. What? What? Whoa! Whoa! No! 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 What the? Okay. Well, at least we're stopping. All right. Let's get turned around here. We're drifting on the moon. That's what we're doing. Oh, it's a slope. I thought it was a cliff. Because I don't have... I'd get probably hung up on getting high centered here. Stops like a Bentley. Yeah, Tokyo Drift. It's a Mokyo Drift. A Muniko Drift. All right, there we go. All right. So this is why I put most of my drops on a rover, because I very rarely come close enough to them. Mater, I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. I think I left you. I had to pop into continues. I had to do some stuff, and then I was over here. I just wanted to make sure that continues 2-year stream. She was touching butts, and she said she was. So, hey, you know. In fact, if you did not, there you go, Mater. I'll give you a butt touch. Don't know if that's allowed, but there. I touch you in the butt. Just in case Continue didn't touch you. I know she's prettier. She's got cats. She's got a very welcoming voice. But if she didn't touch your butt, I don't know. Now, okay, so you can do that emoji, but for some reason when Curry does it, she gets slapped by Moobot every single time. And so, okay. Let's put on the brakes here a little bit. Yeah, Continue and I used to be in a Google Plus group. I don't know if they're around anymore, called the WUG, Watch Us Game. When she used to do YouTubes. Now she's famous. Maybe you are a regular Mater. I don't know. She should, I mean, she should be a regular too. That's a darn good question. Let me put on the brakes here and see what Mr. Bot says. I mean, I think she's hung out more than you have for some reason. I don't know. Hang on. I gotta find. Where's my bot? Why don't I see my bot? Oh, it's up and running. That's why. Never mind. Mate. Or. I spelled Mater wrong. There we go. So, you have 1677 points. What does Curry have? Oh, there. That helps. She wasn't coming up for a reason because, well, it was showing only active. She's got, yeah, she's almost got twice as many points. I don't know. Well, beats the snot out of me. There we go. Alright, so anyways, we are here to replace a rover. Right. Let's take the brakes off. We're just going to pull up behind it here. Now, we're going to go tool around the side here. Now, when I originally had the site here, I forgot to include a tool for the engineer. So I had to do a special unmanned drop. That's why it's called exotic tool drop. All right. Now, we are here for exotic, right? Exotic minerals. How are we doing up here on a percentage-wise? 8.17. Is it higher or lower over here? Habitation module. Oops. Oops. This doesn't have a little gizmo to check. Well, okay. That's fine. Alright, so anyways, let's go ahead and deploy our little leggy things. And let's go ahead and put the landing gear up. Let's go ahead and enable our tethers. Let's open up the reactor spot. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Where is it? There it is. Let's get our drills deployed. And let's go in here. Now we know this works, but we only need, hopefully, no, we're probably going to need, well, we'll find, oh, actually, I'm stuttering because that's a thermal. Where's the reactor at? Hello? No. Is that the reactor? No. I want the bottom reactor. It's thermal. There's 2 reactors clipped in here. I just can't find the... There we go. All right. So what we're going to do here is get the same thing we did last time, making sure this stuff all works. We're going to start up this reactor. We're going to start up its cooling. Then we're going to activate this thermal unit. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't even be doing this. I need to get the Kerbal over here anyways. Alright, so have you go EVA, and you're hot to the touch. And we're going to deploy our habitation. Put a micro starter there. I keep forgetting, because I'm in such a hurry, is I want to remove this ladder that's here. Alright. Now we got the Kerbal in here. Let's go ahead and drag this stuff out again and make sure we're good. No, where's the reactor? No. No. There it is. That one on? That one's on. Alright, that one's on. Then we grab this thermal panel. And this thermal panel. And then we have this one is on, right? This one's on. Alright, cool. Then we want to bring these drills up. It's more like a Winnebago. You know, whatever makes you more comfortable, I think. And we want to bring this one up. So what I'm doing here is I'm just staging this stuff so I don't have to keep checking. Alright, so what we need to do is... Okay, that thermal's on. Those are on. That reactor's on. Let's go ahead and turn on our habitation. And our recycler. So we can see our reactor is spinning up. It's got a very small demand on it. So let's go ahead and fire up a drill. Last time we did this with a single mineral, one reactor was good enough for 2 drills. But then for some reason, having 2 drills that were dedicated to 2 different minerals, I needed 2 reactors. Now it looks like, well, reactor load is, well, it's going to increase as soon as that drill spins all the way up here. So I wonder, see, that's what I don't, there's like some quirkiness when I had the same Winnebago, the same rover, but yet I added this, which this one has, and instead of both drills being the same resource, I made this one a different resource because the drills that we're upgrading, or the site we're upgrading, had 2 different drills. Gamer Circle, what mod is that? Oh, the one with all the drills and stuff? This is part of MKS. the habitation module. So, I think we're going to be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and start this one up. However, the other sites, when it said the load factor here, both resources, silicates and whatever the other one was, 911%. So maybe the drills were working harder? I don't know. See, I just don't know. So I think in all likelihood, this is gonna be good. Now, if we check, see again, this Kerbal, indefinite habitation, and I don't have to visit them with supplies for 2 years, unless I stop making supplies at the main facility. Then we could run into a problem. So based upon this, it looks like I'm good for 133 days. And since I only have a single Kerbal there, it looks like I'll have to put a version 4 in. This one needs to be replaced because it has 2 Kerbals. So, still haven't made a complete retrofit of all the... so the reactor's up full. The temperature's fine. Its panels are fine. I think this is going to be fine. I miss MKS Lite, but the mod of the mods is not longer supported. Really? Oh, okay, maybe so. Probably hard to support a... Someone was talking about when I was having a hard time understanding why my stuff was testing fine on Kerbin, but not on the Mun. And some of the stuff that I showed people, it says, you're lucky your reactors aren't melting through the Mun. So they said, you know, MKS Lite, MKS, and then MKS Extreme. I was going, oh, okay. You guys are making fun of me. But I think we're going to be good. This looks like it's going to be fine. I'm going to accelerate. I'm going to do an F5. Let's accelerate. I just want to make sure this ramps up before we leave. All right, 100%, 100%. Reactor's only got a 20% load. I don't understand that. Someone has to know why. Do you have to have a probe core to do maneuver nodes now? Now, if you have an unmanned craft, you have to have a probe core. If you have a manned craft, you don't. But to get maneuver nodes, you have to upgrade your tracking station and mission control. There's 2 upgrades you have to do in career mode. Alright, so this is good. So let's go ahead and rename this. Okay, let's go ahead and switch over to... Not that. Let's switch over to this. Oh, I thought all that stuff would go away. Weird. And this gets renamed and becomes debris. Pro Edition. Home and Pro. Ultimate. Sure. Why not? Alright, so we are doing pretty good. So just out of curiosity, it looks like we have 78 days till Viking 1. I think that's the initial burn. So I think we can head back to the Space Center. I'm going to restart KSP and then we're going to do STS-9. STS-9 just needs to take a materials bay up. So that won't be... I don't have to make a satellite. I can just take a materials bay. SJV. Alright, let me go ahead and quit out of here. Do 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 do. And then we can load up STS 5. We can we have to put more crew. We have to take out the satellites I have in there and just put in a materials bay. I think that's all we have to do. Think? Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and get that all quitted out. Quitted. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Alright, let's relaunch Kerbal. And I don't know if I've said this already, but again, guys, thanks a lot for hanging out with me. Appreciate the banter, the, you know, the insight, the, you know, the community is awesome. All right, let's go ahead and I think I have to accept. You make it awesome. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. All right, let's get back into the game. And straightforward. This is I think, did I accept the contract already for STS 9? I did not. So let's go accept that. Oh, we have some science we can do. Space around Duna, we can do that. Space around Eve, we can do that. Ike, no. Man, I wish I could do that. I was, I'm just kicking myself for that. The thing about it is, I finally got something out to Jewel, and I was so spent on wanting to make sure it looked as good as it could, and it had the Delta V. Hey, Super X, how you doing? That I forgot to put scientific. Oh man. Space around the Mun, we can do that. Surface of Duna, surface no, and then we'll go ahead and take that. All right, let's go do all the science collection stuff first. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so where do we got to go first? Duna. Very exciting. And we can do space from Duna is correct, because we have a couple of things in orbit around Duna. Oh, wait. Okay, before I do this, what is the... Oh, so Kerbin's really close. All right. Closer than normal. Itchy nose. Itchy nose. So we have a... So this was the very first satellite I ever got here, Mariner 9. And when it got here, it had a 1% antenna. Now, what I've done is I've upgraded my ComSat around Minmus to where... Sorry, that was rude. To where it has four of the largest relay satellites. Oops, wrong key again. And believe it or not, when Kerbin is furthest away from a planet and Minmus is even further away from the planets, I get a better connection to Minmus. So that's really awesome that works. All right, so we're going to go ahead and log this. What's our battery level here? Okay, let's do this. Let's before we do that, let's do a little acceleration and get our battery charged up here. Wait, am I still scanning? That's probably why I don't need to scan anymore. So let's go ahead and stop. And that should allow the batteries to charge even faster. Let's get over the halfway mark here. We have a 13% connection. Yay. So the question is, so will unmanned probes automatically relay to other sats? There's two different antennas in the stock game. You have directional satellites, and then you have relay satellites. So you can still transmit science through both, but this will only transmit, and this one will relay and transmit science. So if I sent this out to here and I only had these, I would be fine, because if you take a look at it, my connection is hitting a relay somewhere in Kerbin. It's actually bouncing right off of KSC itself. So I don't need a relay on this to communicate, but in the event that something else comes out here and has a weaker connection, but this has a better connection, it'll relay through this. So yeah. So let's grab this science here, log it, transmit it. But this is the first relay antenna that you unlock. So, the thing about it was that I was very nervous, because when I was monitoring this flight all the way out to Duna, it had no connection when it got on the way here. I'm going, oh man, so that's why I launched the Duna Resource Scanner version 2, which has got a large dish and a lot more antennas. So it will always prefer KSC over relays. It depends upon line of sight and strength of the relay. KSC has got, now I have them turned off, but it has ground stations that are very powerful. KSC is very powerful, but I have all the ground stations turned off because I want a little bit tougher when it came to relay and stuff like that. What I did around Minmus is I took 4 of the largest ones that you can get in the game and put 4 on one satellite. Now with those four actually makes it stronger than any of the ground stations. And I did that because, if Kerbin's here, and if Minmus is here, and my planet's here, then that means it'll hit Minmus first. Now, what I was saying before is that Minmus and Kerbin and Duna were at the furthest extremes, and Minmus was over here. And it's what it did is it went from Dunas to Minmus because Minmus was stronger, and then relayed to Kerbin. So it actually works. It used to be a bug that it would always find KSC before it found anything else, but they fixed that in a patch. So this actually, all the way out here, did not have any connectivity, but when I got here, I had a 1% connectivity to KSC, and that was before I upgraded the Minmus, and I was able to get a nice circular orbit. I went, oh, thank you. So, okay, we did the science here. Now if we go out to Mariner 9, Mariner 9 came out way before this, and again, I was very scared when this came out here. It has a little bit bigger relay antenna, but it's got only a little whip antenna, and see, it's got a 13, so it's a little bit stronger. I've done geostationary. Yep, I've done them. Yeah, I've got geostationary around, well, it's called Kiro stationary, I believe. But I got around Kerbin, around the Mun, and around Minmus. Now, I will eventually, as soon as we do the historical mission to where we put a rover on the ground, after I get that rover in place, then I'm going to put up something in Duna. And that's going to be fun, I think. Oh, so anyways, where are we at here? Let me put this down. Let me go up here. Now we need to space around Eve. Oops, wrong way. There's Eve. Whoa. I got quite a few things around Eve's orbit here. So I don't know if any of that made sense. Okay, so you guys have got some data. How's your battery level? Okay. Alright, fine. This is actually a historical mission. This is the Pioneer Venus Orbiter that 3 countries contributed in. So log, transmit. See, it's transmitting through the high gain antenna, which is this one right here. Alright, cool. We got that done. Oh. So we got 187,000 for the Eve and 204,000 for Duna. Nice bucks. Now we got to recover science from space around the Mun. Okay, we can do that. And then around the Mun, I actually have my science scanner right there. This was a very, very early launch. Okay. Cool. So we got all those contracts taken care of. Wait, alright, let's do an F5. Head back to the Space Center and see if I can launch a shuttle. I'm very nervous about this. In fact, the gentleman that created the shuttle I'm going to use, he was here earlier. Scorp, you still out there? I'm about to launch your shuttle. He's going to say, you're doing it wrong. Have you ever grabbed an asteroid? Yeah, the rocket jockeys all did shifts on during asteroid day, and I went out and grabbed one. Actually, I took it to the Mun. But that was back in 1.1.3. Alright, so we're going to load up STS 5 or 7. What was the last one? Forgot. So we're looking for STS 1, 5. So 5 was last one. We're going to load up 5. So before we do anything to this, we're going to call this 7. We're going to save it. We're going to open up the cargo bay. And I believe, again, all we have to do is materials bay. Alright, so we can get rid of these guys. And I'm going to do this the easiest way is... Oops. We're just going to connect it right there. And let's maybe flip it around so the doors are facing up. Fish. There. Then we'll make sure it's strutted. Alright. So all we have to do is collect the materials-based science and return it home. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this. Oh, and we have to have 6 crew members. A scientist also. Alright, fine. Fine. We'll take the motley crew. Nah, I don't want to take the motley crew. So let's grab, there's our pilot. There's our required scientist. Let's go ahead and take a technician. Take an engineer. We have to have 2 more. Oh, take DJ and there, another scientist. There's our 6 crewmen. And turn this off. Save that. Put it on the launch pad. You're back just in time. Great. Alright, well, I'm gonna load up another lozenge here. Feeling a little raspy on the voice here. Alright. We don't need this. So again, the gentleman right there, Scorp 1579, he actually created this. It's on Kerbal X. It's Mark II, I believe. Where's the lights at? Turn the lights on. There we go. And I have to get my checklist. And I'm probably going to fail. I'm going to do 2 again. I seem to talk too much, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Alright. Checklist coming up. Okay, there it is. And for those of you that want to download... Oh, sorry, Scorp. There you go, beat you to it. Let me, There you go. My Mun probe ran out of fuel. Darn it. Alright, so I'm just scroll down to my checklist here. There it is. Oh, shuttle, come back. Alright, so let's go ahead and do an F5 right here. Did I not? Oh, I spelled unban wrong. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that, Scorp. Alright, SAS is... No, that's Y. SAS again with the Y. SAS on, RCS on, full throttle. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, for me, right about 800 to 900 is when I do Action Group 6 and I turn off RCS. And then at 2000 we throttle back. Okay, and then 5000. We do Action Group 7. Simulates a trail off. Then we don't do anything until about 9000. Go throttle up again, or throttle up. Then at 10 we do Action Group 8. We'll start leaning over here a little bit. Then at 16 we do Action Group number 9. Okay, now I start to get squirrely. I'm going to turn on RCS to help this. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I looked away. Oh, no, I'm losing it. Alright, solid rocket boosters. Alright. I'm gonna try to get back on course. Whoa. Turning off RCS. I remember you telling me to try to turn it a little earlier. I will try that again. This has been the best I can do. Trying to make sure my inclination gets a little bit better here. But, okay, we're going to take this up to about 85 to 90. Alright, let me go ahead and set up a maneuver node. And I have to switch over to the docking port. Say control from there. Okay, and we're going to do an F5 right here. Well, I think maybe since I've started doing shuttles, it was like STS 3, I did like 6 failed, and then finally, I said, let me stop using these, because for some reason I can't circularize with this, it takes too long. So I've been doing it with this, which I don't think is accurate. And also, I don't know, Scorp, if this is anything you can help me with, but it used to be in 1.1.3, Kerbal Engineer would actually show me all of my delta V. I mean, it's not hard for me to look and check. Or maybe it's just something that Kerbal can't do in your engineer. Alright, so we're losing altitude. Looks like we should circularize around 87, hopefully. Okay, the PE's getting ready to punch out. Red Dragon the Destroyer, how you doing? Hang on, let me... Scorp, let me read your sync here as soon as I get circularized here. It's not a circle. We're gonna fix this, though. Yeah, the reason, since you're having to use the main engines to circularize, is you're not too circular once you enter... Oh, okay. I think last time is what I did is I actually... Last time, I actually drug out the apo a little bit longer instead of doing such a short like I did here. So we got 88, 80. Do I have to have a certain altitude for this? What? Excuse me? Pilot? I have a scientist. Oh wait, I have out of curiosity, how long are you guys going to survive up here? Alright, you got 4 days of supplies. Alright. Alright, so let me switch that around, do that. Let's go ahead and turn this on. Oop, wrong way. Rename. Who's that with the follow? That was somebody. That was Red Dragon the Destroyer. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Alright, let's switch back to them. Alright, so what we have to do is collect some science. Yeah, GC equals ground construction. Yeah, or gamer circle. Either one. Let's observe. And we will keep the data. Well, you can thank Scorp 1579. That's his shuttle. He designed it. He's here to grade my performance. So, it now acknowledges I have a scientist. It acknowledged that I have a material bay. It does not acknowledge that I've collected... Oh, I have to return it home. Alright, alright. So let's do an F5 here. And since, again, I'm very green with shuttles, so what I'm going to do is use a mod called Trajectories. And it's going to help me. We're going to set KSC as... There it is. And then is what I do is I usually do a maneuver node way back here. Then I pull retro. Yeah, okay. And we want to do, get that a little down a little bit. I have too much stuff out there. So I just lead KSC a little bit so I have velocity, that's all. Yeah, just watch your vid later on. You can copy it, means you circularize with... Yeah, I did. I did better last time. I spent more time pushing the AP out. Oh, you're right. I forgot to switch on the fuel cells. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so Hi, Red Dragon. How you doing? Read the second half of that too. Oh wait, what did I miss? If you switch to the external tank probe core, I believe I have RCS on the sides hidden. Really? All right. All right. All right. So anyways, let's go ahead and do our maneuver here. I want to double check. It used to be sometimes KSP will, when you switch between craft, it will redo your control from. All right, it did not. Turn off RCS. And then ahead of time, I'm going to, I made some slight modifications, Scorp. I've added another tank. Whoops, that's not the tank. There's the tank. And I put some more reaction wheels up in the nose cone. Alright, so now that's all the fuel we got. Let's do an F5. And we're going to go ahead and execute this maneuver node. And let's see if I can land this thing. Last time I did a fairly okay landing. I don't know how far. I've been doing J-hooks. The first time I came in directly and landed. The second time I tried to do a J-hook and I cut it way too short, killed the crew. We have flags. SSTO Bieber is in orbit. Really? Not. Wait, Bieber as in singer? Yeah, it's fine. All right. And then the third time, I went J-hook, cut it not as sharp, but came down okay. Oh, cool. I only use that for him. Oh, I do it because I have no idea if I'm going to do something right or wrong, and I don't want to have to try to zip in there real quick and do all that. Kikerstan, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it very much. So let's go ahead and get this craft lined up. We're going to do an F5 right here. Now, I know a lot of people that says usually the shuttle has got anywhere between a 20 and a 40 degree. Again, don't do planes. I just do what trajectories tells me to do, and I usually do okay. Yes, I wanted to have fun with the name Bieber, Usher, and Selena. Okay. I actually know all those names. Alright, so let's do an F5 right here. Let's turn this off. Don't need that. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Don't need that anymore. And we're going to go ahead and accelerate time. We're going to let the atmosphere grab us, pull us down with the reaction wheels. And make sure we get all lined up. Make sure those are on. I occasionally do a J-hook, but usually find it easier just to go. I know. I think if I can master a J-hook or get better with a J-hook, then straight ends will be easier. I also did this. So, all right, let's go ahead and accelerate this a little bit. Get us into when things get a little warm. All right, things should start heating up. I'm going to turn on RCS now, so it'll help keep us on course. You know, I only do a J-hook because I see EJ do J-hooks all the time. The very, very first time I did a J-hook and landed, I forgot I left something on the runway, but I did not hit it. We survived. All right, things should start getting warmer, and it looks like we're coming over Kerbal, India here. No, wait, Kerbal, India is over there. All right. Huh. Hope we make it. Looks like we're a little bit too low for Kerbal, India. But again, this is based upon what trajectory said, and since I'm so green at this, I kind of go with this. What is a J-hook? A J-hook is when you pass your target and then you kind of just do a U-turn. So a U-turn. How are you printing prograde pointing? How am I... Like I said earlier, most people say you have to do 20 to 40%. I'm using a mod called Trajectories to help me with this approach angle. It works. But I've seen people start at 40 and it brings it down to 20. Now, this may be an utter disaster. I don't know. Although our AP is way back here. The mod makes it, well, is what the mod Trajectories allows me to have a visual. So according to, according to what I plotted, Trajectory says, here's my target. This is where I'm going to supposedly going to land based upon my current trajectory. I actually made the inclination because I wanted to line up. I mean, if you're talking about inclination like this for this, otherwise we would have coming up a little north. All right, we're 37,000. Here comes our AP, so we're going to do that little bit of a atmospheric skip, I guess. All right, so I want to come out here and go pitch and roll to 33%. And I want to do this one, roll at 100. Oh, no. Do I want roll or pitch? Pitch, I want pitch, my bad. There we go. Alright, there's Kerbal, India. Passing a little bit on the outside, than normal. I just thought it was weird that the nav ball shows a very different information. Well, it shows us, yeah, and also, I'm controlling from here. I'm controlling from that docking port, not from the cabin. Gamer Circle, by the way, switch back to controlling from the cockpit so horizon is in line. Well, since I made the burn with Trajectories and the docking port, that's why I leave it through the whole thing on the docking port. Until I get comfortable with what I'm doing, I don't switch anything up yet. But no, I understand what you're saying. So, in essence, the nose is higher than it really is. Alright, according to this, it looks like we're going to have to create some drag or we're going to go flying by. So one of my milestones to let me know if I have enough velocity is that once I hit the coastline, if I have about 1,500 meters per second, I say this every single time, then it tells me I should have more than enough velocity to do a J-hook. And then also another milestone is the mountain range. I should be around 1,200 meters per second. Now if I pass with more velocity, that means I have to do some of those S-hook thingies and cause some drag. Trajectory is more for pods? Really? I didn't know that. It's always worked. So it looks like... Looks like we have a little bit more velocity. If I do switch to here, my nose would dip more. So that means we would pick up speed. I don't want to do that. Looks like a sparkler. Alright, so... Alright, 1,500 meters per second. That's good. A daytime launch. Cool. Alright, we got plenty of fuel. Certainly don't want to kill 6 Kerbals tonight. That would suck. I mean, it would be the high-end suck scale is what that would be. So, as soon as we get past the mountain range, I'm going to... Okay, evidently my PC's running slow. Thanks, Sebastian. I actually like your trajectory a lot more. Do you? Okay. Well, it's just whatever trajectory told me to do. And don't forget that my original orbit was slightly inclined too. Alright, so let me cause some drag here to slow us down a little bit. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright, how we doing? I just want to pull the red back a little bit. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. Alright, let's cause some more drag here, I think. Coming in way too fast. I know there's something called an S-hook. I know. Alright, well, let's see what oh, turn that off. GC, do you bother with administration policies or not? What? Administration policies? Are you talking political? Alright, so last time is what I did is as soon as the tail hook, or the tail hook, as soon as the tail cleared, I started to turn. Administration. Well, I run career. Yeah, I'm in career mode all the time. Alright, let's see what I can do here. Oh, that strategy's, I know what you're asking. Sometimes I do. If I'm running really lean on science and I have a lot of, reputation, there's one where you can kind of, trade. But there's a mod that actually it's called Strategeria. Whoa, hang on. Whoa, nose up. It actually adds more variety. Whoa, must have hit an air pocket. I know it looks way steep. I know. Whoa. Again, I don't claim to be a shuttle pilot. I don't even claim to do a rocket. Okay, let's see if we can slow us down a little bit here. A little too late for an S maneuver. I got it. Gear down. Thank you. Appreciate it. I really do. Sure is fast. So at this velocity, it looks like I can even take it out further and do an S turn. Okay, we're gonna miss the runway. That's my drill. Well, no one died again. And nothing broke. So, mission successful, I think. No, that wasn't. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yep, I turned on the engine just so I can get this closer, that's all. So, what didn't it like? Return home safely. Did I not return home safely? I think I did. No one died. I'm getting better, alright? I'm going to take some of the advice from you. Okay. Something was wrong with the runway there. I did not break that. If I broke it, I'm not admitting it. Could you imagine if you were like trees and fence? Yeah, well, I would have to tell them, based on previous landings, that you might have to clear the debris. 10 out of 10, thank you, Firebird. Appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, nothing broke. I'm very happy about that. A little bit of a bounce. Oh, I thought I hit the brakes. Whoa. And we're on the lawn. Great. Okay, I meant to park exactly right here. That was pretty good. Really, just need to probably fly a little further. That's what I'm thinking too for the J-hook. I'm still trying to gauge it. This time, once I got past the shoreline, I had, I think, just a little less than 600. Last time I did, I had about 300. But again, it's a brick, right? It's a flying brick. So, is what I see here is if I do a recovery, I'm trying to do a recovery here. Thanks, BD. Which antenna should you use for Minmus? You know, for Minmus, if you're just trying to get something around, the whip antenna should be more than enough for range. Should be. If not, then the next one, the DTM, whatever it is. All right, it did not acknowledge that we completed it. It says we didn't return home safely. Someone is complaining, but is Pamp out there? Did he pop in? I thought I shot him. Freight train? Yeah, brick with wings. All right, so we're going to go to contracts here. STS 9 complete. Hey, look at that. Cool. All right. That was a lot of fun. All right, I'm getting better with the launches. I'm going to try a little Scorpio. To be honest with you, since I'm fairly comfortable with my launch profile, is what I think I'll do is I'll just burn longer once I'm in coast and try to get a longer.
Totally
Try to get a longer. EJ SA with a host. Thank you, EJ. Appreciate that very much. I'll try to get a better AP push out, and then that'll make circularization cheaper. Cool. All right. So what do? We replaced 2 drill sites, and we also did a shuttle. What else we got coming on? STS 41B. What is that? Test, 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 test. Alright. There we go. That was a bug. Alright, so STS-41B. Wait a minute. Alright, hang on. Let me pop out. That's a Moho mission. Gamer Circle, do you have the 2 ground construction mods? There's actually 3 mods for ground construction. There's ground construction, tools, and the containers. Still test, test, test. All right, so what is STS-41? Let me do this. Let me quit out, come back in, and see if that comes in. I told that about Pap, and he said he couldn't recreate it. No, I'll get better. Hey, Swordsman, how you doing, man? Long time no see, man. All right, let's go back and let's look up STS-41B. STS-41B. Okay, I don't like the NASA side. It doesn't tell me. I like the wikis better. Oh, that was the first EVA. All right. All right, I'm going to accept it. Maybe it'll put stuff in the active. Nope. Select a contract. I am selecting a contract. All right, I don't know. Pretty good. Just found out an old friend of mine had a baby. Aw, babies are cute. And they smell like baby powder because you put baby powder on them. So STS-41B was the 10th NASA shuttle mission. It was the 4th flight of the Challenger. It launched on 1984, landed on February 11th, deploying communication satellites. It was also the first untethered spacewalk. So what satellites did it launch? It launched, the Palop B2 and what else? I can't. Since I knew the yellow icon with a wrench, the screwdriver is one for. Oh wait, just curious what the icon with. Oh, it's a wrench. There's only one icon for it for ground construction. That's this right here. That's the only one. So, since I wonder if I can actually, if I go here and go to historical and go to NASA, are the shuttles in here? Or are they under something else? Oh, they're under Space Shuttle Program. That makes sense. Way to go, Andy. STS-41B. Okay, so we have the stuff here. Except for... Alright, so there's something wrong with STS-41B. BD, I wouldn't know if India has a record. Probably do. Ooh, Pathfinder. It's, I think. Let me see. Let me see if I still have the Excel file he sent me, the mod author. I do. All right, here it is. So let's see, STS-41B. There it is right there. First untethered, but what did you use for the oh, it doesn't tell me. Alright, I don't know what to do, except for that one satellite. So what I'm trying to do is trying to determine what STS-41... I mean, I guess I could do anything since... Let's see what it says here. Oh! Alright, so I actually have something to have 5 crew members reach orbit, deploy your satellites, which it doesn't say. Perform an EVA with your jetpack, and I have a jetpack. I like how it's always optional to land. as opposed to skip on the water. All right. So it looks like it says satellites. Trying to read the wiki here to see what it says. Mission summary, blah, blah, blah. On the 4th day of the mission, blah, blah, blah. Mission insignia, wake up calls. Designed by so-and-so, the 11th star. Okay, what so according to this, it did a Palip B2. I guess that's it. I guess I don't have to be super critical since it says just deploy your satellites. However, guys, as I look at the clock, coming up on 5 hours, I don't want to strain the voice. I want to keep being able to do this. I should be, tomorrow's Monday, I should be shifting, so I'll be in the morning tomorrow, I think. See how I feel. Let's go see if there's anyone that we can go visit, if you guys don't mind. Let's go see who I am following that's out there. And again, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me for such a long time. I really, really do appreciate it. All right, guys, I have a favor to ask. If you could all do me a favor, we're going to go do a big O Gamer Circle friendly raid on another KSP streamer. He's doing great. He's has a little bit of a potty mouth, but that's okay. So let's go do a friendly Gamer Circle visit. And everyone go over there and give him a follow. He's a really good streamer. I gotta learn how to spell visit. I can't type and talk. Sumo Deluxe. So if you're not following him already, give him a follow. Go over there, watch him. He's doing some real entry-level stuff like I'm doing here. He's learning the MKS. He's doing historicals as well. It's his first time doing a career. So click on that link. Give him a follow. Tell him I sent you. I would really appreciate it. I'm going to go give him a host right now. And I'm going to hang out there for a little bit. Getting a little hungry myself too. So thank you so much, guys. I really, really, really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me on Sunday or Monday. All right, Scorp, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, thanks, guys. Let's go ahead and do that host right now. We'll see you guys later. Again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.